Chapter 832. Taiyuan City has been reduced to ruins. The imperial concubine and two generals are trapped in the underground palace. After 500 years, the ruins of Taiyuan have become a forbidden place. This is the end of Taiyuan City. Yunxing sighed. Leng Yu is actually so stupid. Tears fell from the three-eyed purple Qilin's eyes. All these years, he had worked so hard and even broke into the Dutian blood beast world to obtain the blood crystal just to avenge Fei Lingyu. But he didn't know that Fei Lingyu had been silently waiting for him. For 500 years, her Dharma soul had been silently waiting in the underground palace. How did she survive such a long wait? I want to find Lingyu. The three-eyed purple Qilin wanted to go to the underground palace and reunite with Fei Lingyu. It's too late. Mayor, if I'm not wrong, the Zhao state spies have already caused chaos in the city. Tonight, the Zhao state's people will take action. Yunsheng had already suspected that there were spies in the Taiyuan castle when she found the heart crystal in the breeding shed. Half a year ago, the mayor of Taiyuan had started to uncontrollably transform into a beast because of the blood crystal. To avoid causing chaos in the mayor's mansion, he would hide in the underground palace every time he transformed. But tonight, right after he transformed, an assassin broke into the underground palace. The three-eyed purple Qilin chased after the assassin and was lured outside. This was where one of the guards was injured. While they were talking, there was a commotion in the castle. In the sky above the castle, there was a majestic voice. I am the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Ruffing of the Zhao state. Recently, a three-eyed purple Qilin went missing. Someone saw it break into the Taiyuan castle. Everyone in the castle, quickly hand over the three-eyed purple Qilin. When the people in the castle heard Emperor Zhao's voice, they were all alarmed and rushed out of the castle. In the sky above, the moon was as bright as the sun. Many Zhao state summoners and flying beasts were floating in the sky. They were led by two people, one red and one black. He was wearing a red summoner's robe and a tourmaline crown on his head. He was about 40 or 50 years old, with a white face and no beard. He was riding a winged unicorn. This man was Ji Ruffing, the Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state more than 500 years ago. Beside him was a black-clothed man. The black-robed man's attire was very strange. He looked very tall and his entire body, including his limbs, was covered by a black robe. It was impossible to see what was under the black robe. Was it a human or a demonic beast? The Emperor Zhao in red had also come prepared tonight. On the continent, summoning a magical beast was akin to robbing a person's personal property. Red Pontiff Ji Ruffing could be considered to have exhausted all his schemes and laid down layers upon layers of traps. He had already received news that the Taiyuan had gradually turned into beasts half a year ago. Tonight, it had completely transformed into a Qilin. He didn't expect the Taiyuan to be so lucky. Ji Ruffing originally had people mislead Taiyuan so that he would turn into something that was neither human nor ghost after his beast transformation. Who would have known that Taiyuan would have the body of an ancient demon beast after his beast transformation? If he continued to sit back and watch, once the Taiyuan's Qilin body was fully integrated, its power would be comparable to that of a mythical beast. Ji Ruffing was afraid that by then, the Taiyuan would be too powerful for him to handle. Therefore, he added to the plan and launched an attack tonight. Hand over the three-eyed purple Qilin. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Dozens of summoners roared angrily like bats in the dark night. The people in the Taiyuan castle had a blood feud with the Zhao state. Now that Emperor Zhao had come in person, the people in the castle were furious. The two generals in the Taiyuan castle transformed into magic wings and summoned their own beasts. They flew into the air and fought against the people of the Zhao state. Ji Ruffing, this is the Taiyuan mountain, not the land of Penglai. What is your intention for breaking into the Taiyuan mountain at night? The Castellan was not here, so the two generals were in charge of the affairs of the Castellan mansion. who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me? Let the Taiyuan out. You are hiding my beasts. Ji Rufeng's face was full of disdain. He wanted to see how they would find the Taiyuan. Your Holiness, you came to visit me in the middle of the night just to see me? You really flatter me. The Castellan of Taiyuan walked out of the castle. He wore a long green robe and had an elegant face. He looked like an elegant scholar. When he saw the Castellan of Taiyuan, Red Pope Ji Rufeng looked like he had seen a ghost. How could it be? Shouldn't the Taiyuan? Ji Rufeng's expression changed slightly, but after all, he was a cunning old fox. He had an idea. Taiyuan, eyes three-eyed purple Kailan escaped to your castle. Quickly hand it over. Ji Rufeng had already planned to force the Castellan of Taiyuan in the name of looking for his beasts. If they were unwilling to hand over the Kailan, he would use this as an excuse to attack the castle. The three-eyed purple Kailan was a top king-level beast. Ji Rufeng had been coveting it for a long time. He planned to take it for his own use. Hey, the Emperor Zhao in red can't even control his beast. How can such a person become the Emperor Zhao? A mocking voice suddenly broke into his ears. Ji Rufeng had never been mocked like this before. His face turned red. He looked carefully and saw a woman walk out of the castle. That woman, the woman's skin was as white as snow, and her black eyes were very lively. Her whole person was like an elf, shining in the dark night. The person who had mocked the Emperor Zhao in red was Yun Sheng. When the black-robed man behind Ji Rufeng saw Yun Sheng, a light flashed under his black robe. Where did this junior come from? How dare you mock I? As the Emperor Zhao, Ji Rufeng couldn't keep an eye on his beast. If the news spread, he would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. Ji Rufeng, this is my distinguished guest. It's not your place to reprimand her. I didn't see any purple Kailan. Get out of Taiyuan Castle immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. The Castellan of Taiyuan said. He waved his hand and the many guards behind him were all on guard. The battle between the two sides was about to break out at any time. It turned out that when the Castellan of Taiyuan heard Ji Rufeng's voice earlier, he wanted to rush out of the castle and compete with Ji Rufeng. But Yun Sheng said that there was a way to restore his human form. The Castellan of Taiyuan was skeptical, but the situation was urgent. He could only let Yun Sheng do it. Yun Sheng used the Celestial Fox People's Corpse puppet technique to temporarily calm the hostility in the Castellan of Taiyuan. Sure enough, he turned into a human form. In this way, Ji Rufeng's scheme was ruined. Facing such a situation, Ji Rufeng didn't panic. He said unhurriedly, whether the three-eyed Kailan is in the castle or not, we'll know after we try. He looked at the black-robed man beside him and said respectfully, Brother Yu, it seems that we still have to ask you to do it. Chapter 833. Ever since the Emperor Zhao in red appeared, Yun Sheng had noticed the black-robed man beside him. The black-robed man's appearance was unclear, and he had never spoken. Even when Ji Rufeng asked respectfully, the other party did not have the slightest intention of responding. This was also what surprised Yun Sheng the most. Who was Ji Rufeng? He was the Emperor Zhao in red of the Zhao state. He was one of the top existences in the boundless continent at that time. When others saw him, they were all in awe. However, when Ji Rufeng spoke to the black-robed man beside him, he used honorifics. It could be seen that even he was very afraid of that man. Although he was floating in the air, he did not have doqi wings or magic wings. However, to be able to stand side by side with the Emperor Zhao in red, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The black-robed man, who had been at the side without any movement, stretched out his hand. Under the moonlight, his hand was slender and beautiful, as if it was carved out of white jade. Between his index finger and thumb was a red magic crystal. The black-robed man softly chanted. In the crystal, A ray of light like a red line shot into the center of the Taiyuan City Lord's eyebrows with a whoosh. When the red light shot in, the Taiyuan City Lord covered his forehead as if he had been burned by fire. He knelt on the ground with both hands, like a wild beast, lying on the ground. He felt that after the red light entered his body, the evil aura that had been suppressed earlier was like boiling water with firewood added to it, crazily surging in his body. All the bones in his body creaked, his limbs swelled, and purple scales burst through his clothes. A third eye grew on his forehead. When the guards of Taiyuan City saw the appearance of the Taiyuan City Lord, they were all dumbstruck, not knowing what had happened. Look carefully, that is not your city lord at all. It is a fake city lord that these two demons of unknown origin used magic to create. Ji Rufeng laughed loudly. Whoosh! A cold light shot out towards the blood-red magic crystal. The black-robed man was already prepared. He stretched out his 5 fingers and caught the bone needle that was flying through the air between his fingers. A mere needle actually wanted to sneak up on him. Under the black-robed person's black robe, the corners of her rose-like lips curled up slightly with a hint of disdain. However, in the next moment, the corner of his mouth twitched. Because the bone needle in his hand suddenly shattered, at least 4 or 5 forces shot out from the needle. The black-robed man was caught off guard, and the magic crystal in his hand shattered with a bang. What kind of kung fu was this? Not fighting aura or magic. Humph, do you really think that our Yen clan's medical soul god needle is easy to bully? Outside the castle, Yunxing snickered in her heart. When the crystal exploded, the Taiyuan City Lord, who was still continuously transforming, temporarily stopped his transformation. However, he still retained his half-human, half-beast appearance. Ji Rufeng, you are so shameless. You first tempted the Taiyuan City Lord to fuse with the blood crystal, then used the blood crystal to attempt to turn the Taiyuan City Lord into a beast and make him betray everyone. Yunxing angrily rebuked Ji Rufeng. What evidence do you have? Ji Rufeng disdainfully asked. We are the evidence. 2 beasts darted out from the darkness. It was the 2 tiger-lion beasts. It turned out that the 2 tiger-lion beasts had been thrown out of the magic array earlier because it had been destroyed. However, their luck was slightly better than Yi Baiming's and they were left at the foot of the mountain. The 2 tiger-lion beasts took advantage of the night to quietly climb the mountain and enter the castle to look for the Taiyuan City Lord. Who would have thought that they would run into the Zhao State's night attack and witness the scene of the Taiyuan City Lord being forced to transform into a beast? Everyone, we brothers were turned into this by that old dog, Ji Feng, the 2 tiger-lion beasts said vividly. When they spoke emotionally, they did not forget to shed a few tiger-lion beasts' tears. Even Yunxing did not want their acting skills and secretly gave them a thumbs up. Even the 2 tiger-lion beasts, original lives, from more than 500 years ago, the 2 deputy generals of the Taiyuan City Lord, could not help but believe their words. Ji Rufeng did not expect that 2 tiger-lion beasts who could speak human would suddenly appear. For a moment, he did not know how to explain himself. Also, you should be able to recognize these heart crystals. I found them in the castle. You secretly hid them in the magic array of the breeding shed in an attempt to secretly control the demonic beasts in the Taiyuan castle. When you launched the night attack, you coordinated from the inside and the outside. Yunxing also took out the heart crystals that she found earlier. These are all rumors that you made up to frame I. Ji Rufeng refused to admit it. Is this also a rumor? Get out of here. Dugu Xiu strode out of the castle with a man in the Taiyuan City Lord's mansion's guard uniform in his hand. Dugu Xiu casually tossed the guard out and tore open the guard's robe. Surprisingly, he was wearing the summoner's robe of the Zhao Ting Palace. Yunxing and Dugu Xiu split up. Dugu Xiu searched the castle for a while and finally found the man who pretended to be injured but was actually a Zhao state spy. The Emperor Zhao, you have to save me. I have already followed your instructions and buried the heart crystals in the breeding shed. The guard rolled and crawled toward Ji Rufeng. Ji Rufeng was unable to restrain his anger. The magic scepter in his hand shot out an ice spike and pierced the spy's head. Taiyuan, don't think that you will be fine just because you saw through my plan. I, Ji Rufeng, have always been prepared for both sides. Originally, I only wanted to capture you and make you a demonic beast under I's crotch for the rest of your life. Now, I have changed my mind. I want to turn the entire Taiyuan city into a purgatory and turn all of you into beasts. The Emperor Zhao in red Ji Rufeng laughed wildly. The red Emperor Zhao's robe was particularly dazzling under the moonlight. He suddenly rose into the air and chanted. The magic scepter in his hand flashed with a strange light. In Taiyuan Mountain, 8 purple magic arrays rose in 8 different directions. The light of the magic arrays shot into the sky. In the sky, the clouds suddenly shrank and squeezed. The clouds kept colliding and rubbing against each other, making a sound like a beast's roar. Not good, the purple gold beast blood curse. Yun Sheng did not expect that the Emperor Zhao in red Ji Rufeng had already set up the purple gold beast blood curse in the mountain. Yun Sheng hurriedly chanted and tried to use the time-stop magic to interrupt Ji Rufeng's beast blood curse. However, the difference between her magical realm and Ji Rufeng's was too great. Her time-stop magic was not effective at all. The range of the 8 light pillars continued to expand and gradually enveloped the entire Taiyuan city. When the residents in the city noticed the purple light, they all ran out of their houses. The sky was blood purple, and the clouds moved down bit by bit. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect a little girl like you to know the time-stop magic. However, it's too late. Once the purple gold beast blood curse is activated, it can't be stopped. All of you will become demonic beasts. Ji Rufeng laughed wildly. He had been waiting for this day for many years. Anyone who disobeyed the summoned court would only have death waiting for them. Chapter 834. In the blink of an eye, the purple gold beast blood curse was about to be completed. Oh. Can't stop it? I don't think so. Yun Sheng's heart skipped a beat when she heard the voice. Night Fox. Yi Baiming stood in the night. He had lost a little weight after a day of not seeing him, but he looked even more handsome and tall. His ink-colored clothes fluttered in the night. When he saw Yun Sheng, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. But in the next second, when they saw Dugu Xiu, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. As Yi Baiming spoke, the entire purple gold beast blood curse was activated. However, what Ji Rufeng couldn't accept was that the 8 magic arrays that were supposed to cover the entirety of Taiyuan city trembled slightly before exploding into pieces. How can this be? How can this be? My purple gold beast blood curse. The Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Rufeng obviously couldn't accept this reality. The purple gold beast blood curse that he had painstakingly studied for many years had no effect at all. The Emperor Zhao in red, your purple gold beast blood curse took me a lot of effort. I went back and forth with more than a dozen villagers in the fishing village and used several carts of night incense to destroy your purple gold beast blood curse. Yi Baiming's face was full of disdain. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to completely destroy the magic arrays of the purple gold beast blood curse, he wouldn't have come to find Yun Sheng only now. But fortunately, his little wild cat was very clever and had already settled the matter of Taiyuan city. Yun Sheng heaved a long sigh of relief and gave Yi Baiming a look of approval. With this, the Emperor Zhao in red's conspiracy was destroyed. Who are you people? How dare you ruin I's plans? The Emperor Zhao in red had been preparing for this night for many years, but he didn't expect that the sudden appearance of these young men and women would ruin all of his plans. He hated to the extreme. But if these people thought that they had already won, they were gravely mistaken. This time, Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, and Dugu Xiu said tacitly, we call it 500 years later. 500 years later? What the hell was that? The three of them were clearly tricking him. Hearing this, the red-clothed emperor became even more furious. However, Ji Rufeng did not dare to act rashly. He could tell that the two men beside the woman were not ordinary people. One might be easy to deal with, but two would be difficult to deal with. Needless to say, the mayor of Taiyuan City was also eyeing them covetously. He gritted his teeth and said to the black-robed man beside him, "Brother, you, please help me again." Ji Rufeng, think carefully. My help comes with a price. This time, the black-robed person spoke. His voice was very pleasant, sounding like both a man and a woman. When it fell into one's ears, it was like a feather gently tickling one's ear. It was also like a demon's voice, making one unconsciously intoxicated. No matter what your conditions are, I will agree. Ji Rufeng had to kill these people tonight. Otherwise, the Zhao state's reputation would be completely ruined. Ji Rufeng, who had been blinded by anger, had forgotten how terrifying the black-robed person was. His busyness wasn't something that everyone could afford to bear. The black-robed person looked at Yun Sheng and the other two and sighed bitterly. Why did the few of you get involved in this disaster? It's your bad luck to have bumped into me. Who exactly are you? Why have you been hiding? Yun Sheng looked on coldly. From the actions just now, the heart crystal clearly came from this black-robed person. From the Emperor Zhao in Red's tone, this person and Ji Rufeng were not friends, but partners. If it was just a partnership, Yun Sheng wanted to persuade this person to change sides at the last minute. It was very likely that this person was related to the Dharma Temple or the Heart Distress Lantern. Yun Sheng did not dare to let down her guard. In this world, only two kinds of people know my identity. One is the dead, and the other is the people of my generation. However, for you to be able to break my heart crystal, you can be considered to have some ability. The black-robed man admired Yun Sheng. I will give you two choices. One is to stop caring about Taiyuan City and go back to where you came from. The other is to die by my hands. The black-robed person gave his choice. I am very sorry, I choose neither. I will take care of Taiyuan City. I want to see what other tricks you have. Yun Sheng was not afraid of the heart crystal. She had learned the corpse puppet technique of the celestial fox people, so she had a certain resistance to normal heart crystals. Otherwise, she would not have been able to break the heart crystals that she had hidden in the breeding shed. The black-robed person looked at Yun Sheng with interest. Upon closer inspection, he found that this young human girl had a pair of blue eyes. When she spoke, her black eyes looked around. This girl looked young, and her eyes were very clean. However, the intelligence in her eyes was obvious. Such a pure and cunning girl, with the innocence of a young girl and the charm of a woman, was very interesting. The black-robed person's lips pulled up slightly, revealing an unfathomable smile. I have met someone with a firm mind. Let me ask you, which one of the two men behind you is your lover? The black-robed person changed the topic. When the black-robed person asked this, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu became highly alert. The two of them forgot that they were in danger and stared nervously at Yun Sheng. What nonsense are you talking about? What do the two of them have to do with me? Yun Sheng's face was red with anger. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu were immediately discouraged. The black-robed person saw their reaction and found it very funny. Oh. Neither of the two? Or are you not sure which one to choose? A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Let me try it for you. The black-robed person smiled strangely. He stretched out his hand once again, but this time, it was his right hand that stretched out. This time, he did not hold a magic crystal in his hand, but a lamp. It was a glass palace lamp. It was only the size of 2 palms, and was firmly held in the black-robed person's palm. There were blood-red jade tassels hanging from the 4 corners of the palace lamp. There were no candles in the palace lamp. It only emitted a dim red light. The black-robed man held the palace lamp and muttered something. As he chanted, the palace lamp was like the lanterns of the Lantern Festival, spinning. As the palace lamp spun, the jade tassels on the four corners spun quickly. The light in the palace lamp became brighter and brighter. The palace lamp was like a burning fireball, like the sun rising from the east. The red light shrouded the entire Taiyuan castle. Yunxing only felt a stinging pain in her eyes. In her mind, there was an additional voice. The black-robed person's feather-like voice intermittently sounded in her mind, "Human race, listen to my order. Sacrifice my flesh and blood, be my ghost prison's people's sacrifice. My soul will forever become the ghost prison's slave." In Yunxing's mind, a name flashed like lightning. Heart is difficult to light. Thank you for your tips and all kinds of tickets. Chapter 835. It was rumored that among the 8 barren divine weapons, there was a magical lamp. Its light was like blood, and anyone who was shrouded by the heart lamp would lose their mind and become a puppet. Everyone present, including Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu, revealed a perplexed expression. Yunxing hurriedly covered her ears, but this person's voice still continued to enter her ears. Damn it! In that moment of confusion, Yi Baiming was also struggling to hold on. He realized that he was losing control of his hands and feet. A black shadow scuttled over and punched towards Yi Baiming's face. Dugu Xiu had been completely controlled. Yi Baiming held on to his last bit of consciousness and dodged Dugu Xiu's attack. Under the blood-red light, in front of the castle, the people of Taiyuan Castle had already turned into beasts. They could not differentiate between friend and foe, and started to kill each other. On the other side, Yunxing's mind was also swaying. She felt that her consciousness was leaving her body bit by bit. All kinds of negative emotions came one after another. In her previous life, the loneliness when her grandfather passed away, and the anger when she was betrayed by Lu Minglang. In this life, the sadness when her good friend Ling and Gufeng left. Everything, all kinds of negative emotions came rushing towards her like a tide. No, if this goes on, I will definitely be controlled. Oh right, maybe the Di Hong song can resolve the effect of the heart lamp. Yunxing thought of the 1,000-year ice zither in the beast language ring. The Di Hong song was an ancient song. Other than being able to confuse people's minds, every chapter had a different effect. Yunxing quickly took out the 1,000-year ice zither, sat down cross-legged, and stroked the strings. She heard the sound of the zither and the Di Hong song. At first it was intermittent, but towards the end, the sound of the zither became more continuous. At first, the sound of the zither was like a gurgling stream. Towards the end, it was like a great river flowing towards the east. With the sound of the zither, Yunxing's muddled mind became clearer and clearer. I didn't expect that there would be someone who knew the ancient emperor's song in the boundless land. Unfortunately, your ancient emperor's song is incomplete. You should admit defeat. The heart lamp in the black-robed man's hand spun even faster. The more the heart lamp spun, the stronger it became. Seeing the heart lamp showing its power again, Yunxing's zither music gradually became weaker. Bang! There was a claw wind. The heart lamp. The heart lamp's heart lamp. Had a crack. The heart lamp suddenly stopped spun. The black-robed man was flabbergasted. When he looked again at his attacker, he realized that it was the Taiyuan city lord, who had already transformed into his half-beast human form. The Taiyuan city lord's eyes were bloodshot. His entire body was bathed in blood as he glared at the black-robed man and the lamp of sorrow in his hand. The heart distress lantern, which was known as one of the 8 barren lands' divine artifacts, had a deep crack on its wall. That crack had greatly reduced the effect of the heart lamp. It was this seemingly insignificant lamp that caused great damage to Taiyuan. The hillside was littered with corpses. Under the effect of the heart lamp, hundreds of civilians had killed each other. I see. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, someone could merge with the halberd of the divine warrior. The black-robed man muttered to himself. He looked at the Taiyuan lord's hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu, who had regained their calmness, looked at the Taiyuan lord's hand. Because of his beast transformation, the Taiyuan lord's arm had turned into a Qilin arm. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that his arms were extraordinary. In the instant that Taiyuan city lord attacked, his Qilin arms glowed with golden light, and inch-long, sharp claws grew out of them. They were unstoppable, and in one fell swoop, they broke through the influence of the lamp of sorrow. Since the heart lamp was one of the 8 barren divine weapons, its toughness was not something that could be broken by ordinary weapons. Only one of the 8 barren divine weapons, the halberd of the divine warrior, could break the effect of the heart lamp. Thinking back, Fei Lingyue said that the Taiyuan lord had obtained one of the 8 barren divine weapons, the halberd of the divine warrior. It turned out that the halberd of the divine warrior was not a real halberd. It referred to the 2 Qilin arms in the hands of the Taiyuan lord. The halberd of the divine warrior was actually a pair. Interesting. The heart lamp meets the halberd of the divine warrior. I wonder who is stronger. The black-robed man laughed loudly. Who are you? Hand over the heart distress lantern. Yun Sheng had returned to 500 years ago with the intention of reversing time and space. She had not expected that she would accidentally discover the most mysterious of the 8 barren divine artifacts, the heart distress lantern, which might be related to her mother's amnesia. 500 years ago, the heart lamp went missing. It turned out that it was in the black-robed man's hands. Night Fox, Duge Xiu, the heart lamp is very important. We must get it. Yun Sheng ordered. Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu chased after the black-robed man and flew into the sky. The black-robed man smiled but did not speak. He opened his arms and glided into the sky like a giant black bat. Since she knew that the heart lamp could be related to her mother Hu Jiusheng's memory loss, Yun Sheng decided that she had to get it no matter what. However, this black-robed man did not reveal his face from the beginning to the end. Even his true strength was difficult for Yun Sheng to determine. With Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu's help, the chances of getting the heart lamp were higher. Be careful. Yun Sheng was worried about the heart lamp. She forgot that she was still on the battlefield. The Zhao state's people were still eyeing her covetously. When the city lord of Taiyuan warned her, Yun Sheng felt a powerful magic attack coming towards her. In the sky, Yi Baiming suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and looked down. Ji Rufeng's magic scepter was facing Yun Sheng. Damned woman, if it weren't for you, things wouldn't have come to this. I'll let you have a taste of becoming a magical beast. Seeing that even the heart lamp had been broken, Ji Rufeng knew that it was impossible for him to destroy Taiyuan city. He vented all his anger on Yun Sheng and the others. If she hadn't stopped him, his plan would have been completed long ago. In the end, he used a purple gold beast blood curse to turn Yun Sheng into her beast form. Yun Sheng had nowhere to hide. Ji Rufeng's strength was worlds apart from hers, and they were so close to each other. When the magic attack hit her, Yun Sheng felt something in her chest suddenly shatter. Immediately after, a ray of light burst out from Yun Sheng's chest. In the next moment, Yi Baiming was already in front of her. Miraculously, Ji Rufeng flew out. He was sent flying by his own magic. This is... Yun Sheng looked at the broken magic weapon on the ground in disbelief. This magic weapon was given to her by Xia Wenxiu when she entered Taiyuan Mountain. At that time, he only said that it was a light magic weapon. Yun Sheng thought that it only contained a portion of healing and light magic, so she didn't take it to heart. She just didn't expect that this magic weapon would save her life in the most critical situation. There was only one spell in the magic weapon. It was a mirror spell. It could block any magic attack and then reflect the enemy's magic. Chapter 836. Mirror magic was a very special type of light magic. Its power was not controlled by the light magician himself, but was based on the opponent's magic attack. Once the magic was reflected, it would have the exact same effect as the original magic. And this time, the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Rufeng, had used the purple gold beast blood curse on Yunsheng. Impossible, no, I don't want to become a magical beast, the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Rufeng, cried out in pain. His body was gradually changing. Hair grew on his hands and feet, and his bones became thicker. The Emperor Zhao in red was slowly becoming a magical beast. Ji Rufeng, you haven't given me the reward you promised. The incident happened too suddenly, but the black-robed man seemed to have predicted it and laughed coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he grabbed Ji Rufeng's head with his 5 fingers. A wave of magic power invaded Ji Rufeng's brain, and a strand of his soul was extracted. The black-robed man's hand shook, and the strand of Ji Rufeng's soul was sucked into the heart distress lantern. The black-robed man performed this series of actions very naturally, as if taking someone's soul was a common occurrence. After Ji Rufeng's soul fell into the heart distress lantern, the originally dim lantern regained some brightness. The black-robed man's sleeve brushed Ji Rufeng's chest again, and a square box rolled out. The box opened, and a pitch-black key rolled out from within. The key looked different from ordinary metal keys, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. The key was pitch-black, and looked as if it had been burned by smoke. When they saw the key, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu's expressions changed. The two of them seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions were somewhat unsightly. They had already guessed the man's identity at the same time. The black-robed man took the key, opened his arms, and flew up into the sky like a rock. He stood in the air, confident and at ease. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been since I met an opponent that I enjoyed fighting? I will remember you, and you must also remember I. We will definitely meet again. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he raised his hand and lifted his black robe. In the night sky, the man's face was as enchanting as a painting. His sword-like eyebrows were like peaks, his nose was tall and straight, and his eyes were a faint purple. Because he was covered by a black robe all year round, his face was a little sickly pale. On the left side of his face, there was a beautiful rose in full bloom like a tattoo. Not only did the many roses not accentuate his overly rouge aura, but it instead gave him an indescribably seductive feeling. This was a man who could even bewitch the darkness. His appearance made people forget to breathe for a moment. After the man revealed his true face, he waved his left hand in the air, and a strange crack appeared in the sky. He disappeared into the crack in an instant. What is this? Divine spell, spatial rend. Yun Sheng had only seen it by chance in the library of the continent's magic elite camp. There was a long-lost divine magic called space splitting. Spatial rend could also be called the highest level of earth magic, the super-evolved version of earth meld. This kind of magic could break through any barrier, allowing one to pass from one place to another without any obstacles. Yun Sheng had originally thought that this was just a legendary magic, but after seeing it today, she realized that such a high level of magic really existed in this world. Yun Sheng was tongue-tied. She didn't think that the black-robed man's cultivation had reached such a terrifying level. That's the Netherworld Ghost King. There were 2 gasps behind them as Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu blurted out. In the Boundless Continent, there weren't many people who knew about the Netherworld Ghost King. However, there was another item of the Netherworld Ghost King that was famous in the Boundless Continent. It was the Netherworld Ghost Key, which was the same as the Divine War Halberd, the Heart Sorrow Lantern, the Immortal Holy Grail, and the Summoning Demon Hand. Every one of the 8 barren divine weapons had their own unique characteristics. The Netherworld Ghost Key was no exception. The Ghost Key itself had no use. However, with the Netherworld Ghost Key, one could ask the Ghost King of the Netherworld Ghost Prison to do something for them. The Netherworld Ghost King was the creator of the Netherworld Ghost Key. He was also the only person in the boundless continent who was close to the level of a god. There were many legends about this Ghost King in the boundless continent. Even the Bakra orcs had legends about him. According to the legends, he had mastered the terrifying god-slaying magic. Even a true god wouldn't dare to take his life. That was why his face was always youthful, and he wouldn't age or die. He enslaved all the wandering souls in the world and was the terrifying ruler of the Netherworld Ghost Prison. A key of the Netherworld Ghost King could be as big as destroying a country, or as small as giving a person thousands of coins. However, as long as the wish of the Ghost Key's owner was fulfilled, the Ghost King would come to retrieve the Ghost Key. If the owner of the Ghost Key was greedy and wanted a second wish, the Ghost King would agree. However, the Ghost King would take away the most important thing of the Ghost Key's owner. Although the Netherworld Ghost Key was called a divine weapon, it wasn't actually a divine weapon. It only represented a one-time help from the powerful Netherworld Ghost King. As for why the Netherworld Ghost King created the Netherworld Ghost Key, there were many theories. The most well-known theory in the continent was that the Netherworld Ghost King was bored out of his mind and created the Netherworld Ghost Key to kill time. The Emperor Zhao in Red, Ji Ruffing, had obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key from somewhere. He originally wanted to destroy Taiyuan City with the help of the Netherworld Ghost King. If there were no obstructions from Yun Sheng and the rest during this period, everything would naturally fall into place. It was just that man proposes but God disposes. In the end, Ji Ruffing ended up with the outcome of being reduced to a magical beast. When the people of the Zhao state saw that the Emperor Zhao had become a demonic beast, they were so scared that they didn't dare to stay any longer. They took Ji Ruffing and ran away with their tails between their legs. Not long after Ji Ruffing returned, he fell ill from the accumulation of depression and soon died. Although Taiyuan City had escaped this calamity, under the effects of the Heart Sorrow Lantern, countless people had died in Taiyuan City. The next day, when the sun rose, the Taiyuan City Lord ordered people to clean up the mountain of corpses. It had been 500 years since Yun Sheng and the others had returned. There was only a few hours left. The Taiyuan City Lord ordered people to find Yun Sheng and the others. The three of you, thank you for your help this time. Taiyuan City has also escaped this calamity. The Taiyuan City Lord expressed his heartfelt thanks to the three of them. He had already accepted the fact that the three of them had come from 500 years in the future. I've already decided to scatter all the treasures in the castle and have the people move down the mountain. After this incident, the Taiyuan City Lord had seen through many things. For so many years, in order to take revenge, he had almost lost his nature. He had never realized that Fei Lingyue had always been by his side. Now that he had the body of a half-beast, it was too late for regrets. The Taiyuan City Lord decided to let go of his hatred. He was worried that the Zhao state would come back for revenge, so he decided to have all the people move away. From now on, Taiyuan City would no longer exist on the continent. Chapter 837. Both of you, this is what the City Lord wanted me to give you. One of the Taiyuan City Lord's deputies handed 2 boxes to Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu respectively. After the City Lord of Taiyuan decided to dismiss the people of Taiyuan City, he stayed in the underground palace alone. He would spend the rest of his life accompanying Empress Fei. As a token of appreciation, he gave Yun Sheng and the other 2 gifts before they left. But what made Yun Sheng speechless was that the City Lord of Taiyuan only prepared 2 gifts for Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu respectively. Why didn't she get one? She was the one who activated the space-time reversal spell. She was also the one who was entrusted by Empress Fei. This City Lord of Taiyuan was too unreasonable. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu opened their respective boxes. Inside the boxes, halberds of the Divine Warrior. To be exact, inside the boxes were a pair of halberds of the Divine Warrior. All along, Yun Sheng and the other two, as well as everyone who was looking for the 8 barren artifacts, thought that the halberd of the divine warrior used by the first martial god was a divine weapon. It was only when the city lord of Taiyuan used the halberd of the divine warrior that they realized that the halberd of the divine warrior was actually a pair of Qilin arms. The first martial god had cut off the black Qilin king's forearm to refine it. This pair of Qilin halberds of the divine warrior could be integrated into the human body, giving the arms an indestructible destructive power. But the city lord of Taiyuan gave this pair of halberds of the divine warrior to Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu respectively. Yi Baiming received the Qilin halberd of the divine warrior on the right arm, while Dugu Xiu received the Qilin halberd of the divine warrior on the left arm. In this way, the halberd of the divine warrior was incomplete. "Thank you, city lord." Yi Baiming accepted the boxes calmly. Dugu Xiu was the same. As for Dr. Yun, you must be very curious as to why the city lord didn't give you a gift. The deputy general also noticed Yun Sheng's slight dissatisfaction. The lord of Taiyuan said that you will see his gift to you when you return to Taiyuan 500 years later. The deputy general conveyed the words of the lord of Taiyuan. Yun Sheng was puzzled. 500 years later. Hour is almost up. We have to go back, Yi Baiming reminded Yun Sheng. You too. Do you want to go back 500 years with me or? Before Yun Sheng left, she asked the 2 tiger men for their opinions. These 2 tiger-lion beasts were the deputy generals of Taiyuan City Lord. Miss Yun, Taiyuan City's crisis has been resolved, and Taiyuan City no longer exists in this world. History has been changed, and us 2 brothers will never be able to return to our original state due to magic. However, we no longer have any attachments. You are our savior, and we are willing to follow you for the rest of our lives, the 2 tiger men said in unison. Yun Sheng heard them and didn't have any objections. She immediately drew a magic array and returned to the past 500 years. In the underground palace, the city lord of Taiyuan looked at the halberd of the divine warrior in the coffin. He seemed to hear Fei Lingyue's soft call. His hands had been cut off, and there were traces of blood on the bandages. Once the halberd of the divine warrior fused with his body, he would have to cut off his arms if he wanted to take it out again. The city lord of Taiyuan was now a cripple. City lord, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this? The 2 deputies of the city lord of Taiyuan were heartbroken. Those 2 are not good people. They both want the halberd of the divine warrior. Since I have already given up on the idea of hegemony, I should hand it over. The world will be in chaos when the divine weapon is out, and that is the world of the young, the city lord of Taiyuan said. Yi Baiming and Dugu Xiu didn't say anything, but they both had the same idea in their hearts. They wanted to snatch the halberd of the divine warrior from the hands of the city lord of Taiyuan. The 2 deputies were silent. You 2 can leave as well. I want to stay here and quietly accompany you, her. The city lord of Taiyuan ordered everyone to leave the underground palace. After the 2 deputies left, the magic array in the underground palace was extinguished like a candle flame. Immediately after, the underground palace rumbled, and then there was silence. City lord. The 2 deputies knelt beside the magic array, tears streaming down their cheeks. 500 years later, it was still in Taiyuan Mountain. The trajectory of history had suddenly reversed, but the ruins of Taiyuan didn't look any different from the past. After waiting for a few days, Ru Yi brought back a piece of disappointing news. The young judge of destiny said that the cycle of cause and effect is determined by the heavens. Whether the people in Taiyuan Castle can walk out alive is up to their destiny. No external forces can interfere. What kind of time is it now? Destiny. The people of the temple are so pedantic. After waiting for a few days, there was still no clue. Seeing that the best time for rescue was about to end, Lan, who already had a bad temper, was furious. Isn't that right? What divine weapon? There isn't even a shadow of a divine weapon. Aren't they just fooling us? Cheng Bai was also worried about Yi Baiming's whereabouts. If something happens to Crown Prince Dugu this time, the later Qin will not let go of the Zhao court and the Dharma temple even if we have to mobilize the power of the later Qin. Madame Qi Bai had been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days as she was worried about Dugu Xiu's whereabouts. Ru Yi's face was also bitter. How did he become the culprit? Stop quarreling. Look at the sky. Qi, who had been watching the castle closely, suddenly felt that there were some changes in the sky. He looked up and saw that the purple cloud that had been occupying the peak of Taiyuan Mountain for hundreds of years was slowly dispersing. The sky returned to its original blue color, and the sun poured down on the mountain peak. The mountain was clearer, and the wind was smoother. The entire ruins of Taiyuan were like an old woman who had been rejuvenated. Under the sun, they shone brightly. At the same time, Ru Yi also realized that the layer of magic that had been covering the outside of Taiyuan Castle was automatically removed. Quick, let's go in immediately. No one was in the mood to pay attention to the changes in Taiyuan Mountain. They just wanted to enter the ruins and find the 3 missing people. As soon as they walked into the corridor of magical beasts, everyone became alert. The 20 golden purple statues of magical beasts had turned back into their beast forms. There were not many people left. Facing 20 magical beasts, it was bound to be a bloody battle. But no one wanted to retreat. Even if there was only a small chance, they wanted to enter the castle and find the whereabouts of Yun Sheng and the others. After a few steps, they heard footsteps in front of them. 3 people walked out from the other end of the corridor of magical beasts. Yun Sheng. Baiming. Your Highness. The people who were originally worried were overjoyed when they saw the 3 people. But then, they became nervous. This was because everyone could see that behind the 3 of them, or to be exact, behind Yun Sheng, were 2 tiger-lion beasts that looked like calves. These 2 tiger-lion beasts were not inferior to the king-level magical beasts. Like the 20 golden-purple magical beasts, these 2 tiger-lion beasts were equipped with golden-purple equipment. It was obvious that these 2 tiger-lion beasts were the leaders of these golden-purple magical beasts. Chapter 838. The 2 tiger-lion beasts gracefully leaped forward. The 20 purple gold beasts immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Damn it, everyone was in despair. Just 20 purple gold beasts were already difficult enough to deal with. With the addition of 2 king-level beasts, escaping from the castle was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. The 2 tiger-lion beasts actually led the 20 purple gold beasts to prostrate themselves in front of Yun Sheng and worship her. Is this worship? Lord Yun, do these beasts belong to you? Hui Yu saw through the clues. That's right. From now on, they are my beasts. The 2 tiger-lion beasts had already pledged their allegiance to Yun Sheng. The Lord of Taiyuan City and Empress Fei had already passed away. These beasts that had been cursed with the purple gold beast's blood curse and could not age or die became masterless beasts. The 2 tiger-lion beasts made the decision and led their 20 brothers to pledge their allegiance to Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng naturally agreed to have such an enhanced elite army of beasts. What happened to you guys these past few days? Are you hurt? Although Heaven's Winged Jade did not know what had happened to Yun Sheng and the other 2 in the Taiyuan castle, there must be a reason why the purple clouds had dispersed and the purple gold beasts had suddenly pledged their allegiance. For a moment, Yun Sheng did not know where to start. Moreover, in front of so many people, she decided that she would explain to Heaven's Winged Jade when she had the chance in the future. On the other side, Yi Baiming, Cheng Bai, Bu Jiuxiao, Dugu Xiu, and Madame Qi Bailu had also reunited. Come over and take a look. The handwriting on this jade tablet has changed. Zhou Qingchuan made a discovery. The jade tablet he was talking about was the one at the entrance of the Taiyuan castle. It was marked with the overall layout of the Taiyuan castle. Everyone gathered around to take a look. It turned out that other than the earliest map on the jade tablet, the original record of the underground palace had been changed. However, at the last part of the jade stele, there were a few more lines of words. I, the people of Taiyuan, thank Yunsheng for saving Taiyuan City and its people from danger. Taiyuan was unable to repay her, so she was willing to give Mount Taiyuan to Yunsheng. I hope the Taiyuan can regain its former glory in his hands. This line of words, looking at the handwriting, was not newly engraved. Moreover, the handwriting was exactly the same as the previous handwriting on the jade tablet. It was obvious that it was written by the Taiyuan city lord. A gift from more than 500 years ago. When Yunsheng saw this, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. She finally understood the meaning of the words that the deputy general had passed on to her. 500 years later, he would know what the gift was. The city lord of Taiyuan had actually given her the entire Taiyuan mountain. Yunsheng finally reacted. The entire Taiyuan mountain. Wasn't this gift a little too shocking? However, why would the city lord of Taiyuan give her Mount Taiyuan? Was it really just to repay a debt of gratitude? Wow, this is too amazing. Yunsheng, from now on, you are the city lord of Taiyuan. Chengbai surrounded the jade tablet and clicked his tongue in wonder. Taiyuan Mountain was famous for being a no-man's land. Even the 5 countries on the mainland could not control it. Yunsheng being like this was equivalent to becoming a local tyrant. The others also looked envious. Taiyuan Mountain was thousands of meters high. Not to mention other things, just the treasures in Taiyuan City and the rich resources in Taiyuan Mountain were already endless wealth. This time, even if Yunsheng did not find the 8 barren magical artifacts, she had already profited enough. To the current Yunsheng, obtaining a city was just the right time. Ever since Yunba moved out of Yujing City, although they had already settled in Yunba's fief, the Yun family's fief was still within Zhou State. The emperor of Zhou State, who had never changed his mind, would still send people to invite Yunba out of the mountain every now and then. This annoyed Yunba to no end. However, if they obtained Taiyuan City, because Taiyuan Mountain was a no-man's land, no country had the right to interfere. Taiyuan had many defensive lines such as the Sea and Sky Line and the Magic Fork. Even if the outside world wanted to invade Taiyuan Mountain, it would be very difficult. Although Taiyuan City was only left with some ruins, most of the houses, including this Taiyuan Castle, only needed to be renovated and strengthened to restore its former appearance. Yunsheng could very well have her grandfather, Yunba, bring all the residents of the fief to Taiyuan Mountain. Thinking of this, Yunsheng decided to leave. She sent back a few hunters from Zhou State and had them bring the news to her second uncle, Yun Sanglang. She also asked Zhou Qingchuan to send the craftsmen of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce to Taiyuan City immediately. She wanted to rebuild Taiyuan City. However, what made Yunsheng even happier was that she had obtained Taiyuan City. This meant that she could openly send people to search for the whereabouts of the Divine Law Bracelet in the City Lord's Hall. Chen Lian had died earlier, and if there were no accidents, her Divine Law Bracelet should still be lost in the City Lord's Hall. After giving instructions, Yunsheng followed the group back to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Xia Wenxiu and the others had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the purple clouds in the sky disperse, Xia Wenxiu already knew that Yunsheng and the others had succeeded. Young Master Siming, they're coming down. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Xia Wenxiu raised his head. On the mountain path, he could vaguely see the graceful figure of a person. She had finally returned. Xia Siming, it's all thanks to you this time. That Dharma artifact of yours saved my life. Yunsheng saw Xia Wenxiu at first glance, and the 2 little dimples at the side of her mouth were especially vivid. I'm very happy to be able to help you. Seeing the living Yunsheng standing in front of him, a smile appeared on Xia Wenxiu's face. Xia Siming, why is there blood under your abdomen? Yun Sheng's gaze turned and noticed that there was a trace of blood on Xia Wenxu's magic robe. Xia Wenxu's eyes darkened, and his hand unconsciously touched his abdomen. His fingertips were trembling, and there was a trace of blood on his pure white magic robe. "Senior brother, why are you injured? What kind of wound is it that even light magic can't heal?" Hearing this, Rui hurriedly went forward to treat Xia Wenxu. "It's nothing. Light magic can't heal this wound." Xia Wenxu took a deep breath and nonchalantly pushed Rui's hand away. "Sigh, we still haven't found the Octaterra relic." Elder Helion counted the people and found that nearly half of them had died. He also knew that Lu Tongtian and Chen Liener had died in the Taiyuan castle. Yun Xing didn't say anything and looked at Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu. Before the three of them left the castle, they had already agreed that they wouldn't tell a fourth person what happened in the castle. The Octaterra relic had actually been unearthed long ago. There's no time to lose. Let's go down the mountain and return to the camp. Elder Helion sighed. He only wanted to hurry back to the mainland's magic elite camp as soon as possible. "No, Elder Helion, I want to go to the fishing village before returning to the mainland's magic elite camp," Yi Baiming suddenly said. "Thank you everyone for your votes, tips, and begging for more monthly votes. In December, I will work hard to keep up with the updates." Chapter 839. Why did Yi Baiming go to the fishing village? Although Elder Helion was very curious, Yi Baiming was not a member of the mainland's magic elite camp. With his current strength, even Elder Helion had to retreat. The group parted ways at the foot of Taiyuan Mountain. After Yi Baiming arrived at the fishing village, he asked around and went to the door of a family with the surname Chiu. Knowing that a noble from Zhou State was looking for her, a round-faced fisherwoman walked out. "Sir, may I ask why you are looking for Chiu Yi?" Chiu Yi looked at the handsome man in front of her. When she saw the man's appearance clearly, she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, her face full of disbelief. The young man in front of her looked exactly the same as the man in the portrait hanging in the hall of her house. That portrait was left behind by Chiu Ye's great-grandmother, Chiu Nyang. It was the only family heirloom left behind by her great-grandmother. After Yi Baiming left that year, he entrusted a guard in the castle to give some money to Chiu Nyang in the fishing village as a way to repay her for saving his life. Today, when they passed by the fishing village, Yi Baiming wanted to visit Chiu Nyang's descendants. Chiu Yi led Yi Baiming and the others into a spacious house. Next to the incense table, there was a portrait hanging. After more than 500 years, although the portrait was well preserved, it was still a little yellow. The man in the portrait was dressed in black like the night and was incomparably cold. That year, when the guard in Taiyuan Castle gave Chiu Nyang some money, he fell in love with her at first sight. The two later became husband and wife. Relying on the money Yi Baiming gave her, Chiu Nyang's family lived a much better life in the fishing village. Chiu Nyang's branch had spread out, and many of her descendants had already gone to other places to make a living. Only Chiu Ye's branch still stayed in the fishing village and lived a life of fishing from sunrise to sunset. "You've only been missing for a day and you've already attracted a romantic debt. Night Fox, your charm is really not small." Yun Sheng looked at the portrait on the incense table. Even though the painting wasn't very good, it was obvious that the painter had put a lot of effort into it. That woman from the fishing village, Chiu Nyang, must have admired Yi Baiming a lot. "I should be the one asking you that. What's that on your neck?" After Yi Baiming confirmed that Chiu Nyang's descendant was safe and sound, he was relieved of one of his worries. When he said this, Yun Sheng remembered that there was still a mark left by Du Guxiu's wolf kiss on her neck. The two of them were like fighting cocks, staring at each other. The atmosphere was very stiff. When they walked out of the fishing village, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming were still sulking at each other. As they walked past the village entrance, two young boys and girls ran out in front of them. "Li Taiyuan, you're going to sneak out of the fishing village again. If your father finds out, he'll break your legs." A young girl around 13 or 14 years old stopped a young man with luggage on his back. When she saw the young girl's appearance, Yunxing couldn't help but widen her eyes. That young girl's appearance was exactly the same as the Taiyuan imperial concubine from over 500 years ago, Fei Lingyue. She had a pretty oval face and a pair of big bright eyes. Her clothes were very crude, but they couldn't hide her natural beauty. "Ling Yeye, why do you care so much about me? Even my mother isn't as long-winded as you. I just want to leave the fishing village and go out into the world. When I become successful in the future, I'll come back." The young man's face was full of longing. His silhouette and even his figure were 70 to 80% similar to the former Taiyuan city lord. A 15 or 16-year-old youth with a head full of the impulse to go out into the world. "The people outside are bad. You're so stupid that you won't even know if you get tricked. Go back. If you don't go back, I'll never talk to you again." Ling Yeye was angry, so she stomped her feet and ran off. This was already the third time the young man had been discovered by her. Although his face was full of dissatisfaction, when the young man saw that Ling Yeye was angry, he also panicked. His face was red as he chased after Ling Yeye's back. "Those two people," Yunxing suddenly laughed. 500 years of time, back to the past. "Taiyuan City Lord, Fei Lingyue, I hope you two can meet again in this life." Watching the young man and woman run away, Yunxing's hand was grabbed by a large hand. Yi Baiming didn't say anything, but quietly held Yunxing's hand. His warmth was transmitted to her through her palms. Yunxing's ears were as red as the sunset, but she didn't shake off Yi Baiming's hand like she usually did. Not far away, on the later Qin's carriage, Duguxiu saw this scene through the window. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eagle eyes. As the carriage moved forward, Duguxiu threw down the curtain, his heart full of resentment. Although he and Yi Baiming each got a Qilin arm this time, but Yi Baiming still won. "North Nether King, our contest has only just begun." He took out an item from his storage belt. There was a bracelet on Duguxiu's hand. It was an old and simple bracelet. The soul stone on the bracelet had already shattered when Chen Lian was devoured by magic. Most people would have thrown it away as trash if they saw it. However, a smile appeared on Duguxiu's face. "Divine magic bracelet, I didn't expect that even the heavens are helping later Qin." Yunxing didn't know that the divine magic bracelet she was looking for wasn't in the city lord's hall of Taiyuan Castle, but had fallen into Duguxiu's hands. Although the divine magic bracelet wasn't of much use to Duguxiu, who was a warrior, Duguxiu knew that this bracelet was irresistible to all sorcerers on the continent. Yunxing was no exception. The carriage stopped, and Duguxiu put away the divine magic bracelet. The curtain was lifted, and Madame Qi Bai entered. "Qi Bai, I said before that I don't need anyone to serve me." Duguxiu furrowed his brows, showing a cold and unapproachable look. Madame Qi Bai felt bitter. This time, after returning from Taiyuan Castle, Duguxiu was even colder to her. She didn't know what she had done wrong, or what had happened to Duguxiu in the few days that he was missing. "Crown Prince, I am here to inform you that during the few days that you were away, the Crown Prince's residents sent word that they had found the whereabouts of Princess Donghuang." After Donghuang Ling escaped from the eastern capital, Duguxiu blocked the news of the princess running away from the wedding. On the other hand, he sent people to look for Donghuang Ling. What kind of person was Duguxiu? He definitely wouldn't let go of the matter of being stood up during the wedding ceremony. However, Madame Qi Bai paused, then carefully said, "Princess Donghuang isn't alone. In the past few months, that male sorcerer called Gufeng has been living with her. Oh, that lad isn't afraid of death. Without further ado, let's go and capture Donghuang Ling and her lover." Duguxiu's face revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 840. The sun was setting in a nameless town located at the border between Zhou State and later Qin. Although it was already evening, a small medical center in the town was still very busy. Some of the townspeople were gathered around the counter of the small medical center. At the counter, a young man dressed in coarse clothes was busy sweating. "Young Master Gu, the magic medicine you concocted is really useful. Our cat egg drank it several times and was cured." "That's right. Young Master Gu's medical and magic skills are very powerful, and the price is also cheap." Several middle-aged women in their 30s and 40s surrounded Gufeng and talked about him. Gufeng came to this town a few months ago. After saying goodbye to Yunsheng and abandon, Gufeng has been looking for a suitable residence on the mainland. Considering Ling Er's condition and the later Qin's pursuit, Gufeng finally chose this small town in Zhou State. The town was only dozens of miles away from Gufeng's hometown. Gufeng's parents were also old. It was convenient for him to go home and see his parents if he lived in the town. Gufeng was originally a magician. His light magic treatment was also the best in the mainland's magic elite camp. In addition, he followed Yunsheng in his early years and helped in Little Xiantong for several years, so he also knew some medical skills. After arriving at the town, Gufeng found that there was no medical center in Little Xiantong. So, he simply followed Yunsheng's practice and opened a medical center that could perform both magic treatment and ancient medical treatment. The medical center was open for more than half a month, and the business was not very good. But later, Gufeng occasionally rescued a boy who fainted on the roadside, and his medical skills and character spread in the town. The town was not big, and there were only a few thousand people. Gufeng soon became familiar with the townspeople here. The townspeople originally wanted to call him Dr. Gu, but Gufeng was embarrassed to agree. He knew that his medical skills were far from that of his good friend Yunsheng. Therefore, the townspeople called him Little Master Gu instead. As the sky gradually darkened, Gufeng looked at the darkening streets with a troubled expression. "Young Master Gu, how old are you?" "I have a distant niece. She's 13 years old this year. She's very pretty. Do you want her to be your wife?" A warm-hearted townsfolk came forward, his saliva flying everywhere as he spoke. Gufeng wasn't ugly, and he was tall and big. He was also simple and honest. He had a good reputation among these middle-aged women. They saw that Gufeng was not young anymore, but he was still alone. They were all warm-hearted and came to propose marriage. In the past few months, Gufeng had pushed back at least 7 or 8 such matters. "Ahem, Auntie Li, your medicine is ready. It's getting late, so you should go back first." Gufeng was not good at dealing with this kind of thing. After hurriedly wrapping up the medicine, he prevaricated and asked the woman to leave. However, the woman still didn't give up and continued to be long-winded. "Hey, why are you so stubborn? Can't you see that young Master Gu's wife is here?" At this time, a woman who was still waiting for the medicine couldn't stand it anymore. People who often came to Gufeng's small medical center knew that Gufeng had a fairy-like wife. However, because of her weak body, she didn't go out all year round. Gufeng was really good to his wife. Every day, after finishing his work, he hurried home, afraid that his wife would be alone at home and be afraid. While speaking, Gufeng ran out of the medical center in a panic. On the street, a woman walked over. The woman who wanted to propose marriage for Gufeng earlier looked over. Under the hazy sunset, the woman walked over step by step. She was dressed very plainly, without makeup, and without a pearl hairpin on her head. However, her appearance was enough to make up for all the shortcomings of her clothes. These women who were illiterate felt that their brains were about to explode. They couldn't think of a word to describe this woman in front of them. "Ling, why are you here?" Gufeng went forward and hurriedly took off his coat and put it on Dong Huang Ling. It was already autumn. The autumn wind was blowing, and the weather was getting colder. Ever since Dong Huang Ling's magic soul was corroded by the soul snake, her body hadn't been very good. Gufeng was afraid that she would catch a cold. Compared to when she just left the eastern capital, Donghuangling's complexion was much better. Her pale cheeks were already flushed red. Her body was also fuller than before. That pair of empty eyes also had some vitality. At least, when she saw Gufeng, her eyes became much gentler. "I've boiled the medicine." Donghuangling's voice was soft and gentle. When Gufeng first took Donghuangling away, she was in a daze. Her intelligence was like that of a 3-year-old child. After going through Gufeng's unremitting treatment, coupled with the spiritual medicines that Yunsheng and Tianyi sent over, although Donghuangling still couldn't remember much of the past, she was already able to move around freely and speak. To make it easier for Gufeng to take care of Donghuangling, he told others that Ling was his newly wedded wife. Because the two of them encountered bandits on the way, his wife was frightened and needed to rest. Thus, Donghuangling slowly got used to Gufeng's existence. She might not know what Gufeng meant by husband. However, she knew that as long as her husband was here, her mood would be very good. If her husband came back late, she would feel uneasy. Gufeng was busy in the medical center during the day. At night, he still had to help the townspeople boil medicine. Seeing that Gufeng was working hard day and night, Donghuangling clumsily boiled the medicine when he wasn't around. She planned to send it over to Gufeng to give him a surprise. Gufeng took a look at the medicine bottle. The medicine had already been boiled dry. It was no wonder. Donghuangling was a princess. When in the palace, she had never personally boiled medicine. But even so, Gufeng was still very happy. His Ling knew how to feel sorry for him. Seeing the loving appearance of Gufeng and his wife, Donghuangling seeing that Gufeng's wife was so beautiful that she didn't look like an ordinary person, those gossipy women who had designs on Gufeng could only leave resentfully. Seeing that everyone had left, Gufeng pulled Donghuangling into the house. Under the illumination magic formation, Donghuangling's white and tender hands had a few blisters. Clearly, they were left behind when she was boiling medicine. "Next time, when I'm not around, don't touch the fire." Gufeng felt very sorry for Donghuangling. He hurriedly chanted light magic to heal her injuries. Seeing that Donghuangling was both distressed and unhappy, a happy smile appeared on Donghuangling's face. She liked to see this simple-minded man's anxious and angry look. "The two of you are in a good mood. It's a pity that we had to look for you." A voice suddenly sounded, causing the warmth in the medical center to disappear. Outside the medical center, there were already many carriages. The sun had already set, and the streets of the small town were filled with a chill. Later Qin's crown prince, Duguxiu, brought tens of blood-iron guards and surrounded this small medical center. Beside him was the charming Madame Qi Bai. Chapter 841. Your Highness, long time no see. Looking at you, you seem to be living quite well. Madame Qi Bai looked at Donghuangling and Gufeng with jealousy. Although Gufeng's appearance wasn't very good, and he was also a commoner, his feelings for Donghuangling made Madame Qi Bai extremely jealous. If Duguxiu could also treat her like this, she would be willing to shorten her lifespan by 10 years. Gufeng didn't expect that he and Donghuangling would be found so quickly. Furthermore, they were in Zhou State's territory. Duguxiu was actually so daring that he directly brought his own personal guards and barged into Zhou State. "Duguxiu, what do you want?" "Ling isn't willing to marry you." Gufeng stood in front of Ling and took out his magic scepter. From the day he escaped from the eastern capital, he had already sworn that no matter what happens in the future, he would protect Ling even if it means risking his own life. "You are Gufeng, a sky-rank light magician. You studied under the dazzling light magician of the continent's magic elite camp. You are from Inaba village. You have a father, a mother, and a pair of younger siblings. What do you want? You are not allowed to harm my family. This is Zhou State's territory. You have no right to harm the people of Zhou State. Gufeng's body trembled because of his anger. The magic scepter in his hand also trembled. Gufeng knew Dugu Xiu the best. He was despicable and cold-blooded. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. Ha ha ha, Gufeng, speaking of the law, do you know that the woman behind you is my crown prince's wife? I am officially married to her, and I have announced to the world that I am going to marry her. You secretly took away a man and made me a cuckold. Tell me, if the emperor of Zhou State knew about this, would he help his people? You are slandering us. Ling and I are innocent. Gufeng wasn't willing to let his beloved woman be humiliated by Dugu Xiu like this. Innocent? Tell me, who would believe that the princess is still a virgin? Dugu Xiu's gaze was cold as he stared at Gufeng and Dong Huangling. Behind Gufeng, Dong Huangling was shivering in fear. She didn't know who had barged into the clinic, but she hated the man and woman in front of her. Especially that man, the way he looked at her was as if he was looking at something filthy. Noticing that Dong Huangling was trembling behind him, Gufeng felt both heartache and anger. However, there was nothing he could do. Dong Huangling and Dugu Xiu were indeed engaged. If this matter was made public, Gufeng's life was a small matter, but Ling's reputation would be completely ruined. She was the princess of the eastern capital. If this marriage fell through, what awaited the eastern capital was likely to be a war between the two countries. Because of his impulsiveness, the people of the eastern capital were plunged into misery and suffering. Gufeng's heart was already bleeding. What do you want in order for you to let Ling go? Gufeng said with difficulty. He understood that not to mention that Dugu Xiu had brought so many people with him, even if Dugu Xiu was alone, with his martial emperor cultivation, Gufeng wouldn't be able to escape with Dong Huangling. Let her go. Gufeng, do you think that this crown prince is willing to marry a pair of broken shoes? As long as she is the princess of the eastern capital, she will be this crown prince's concubine. What I want is her identity. As for her person, this crown prince can casually find a woman who is 1,000 times better than her. Dugu Xiu's words angered Gufeng. He rushed forward, wanting to fight Dugu Xiu with his life. I won't allow you to insult Ling. Before Gufeng could rush forward, he was held down by a few guards. Don't bully him. Go away, you bad people, all of you go away. Seeing that Gufeng was being beaten up, Dong Huangling felt very uncomfortable. She threw the medicine bottle in her hand, wanting to go forward and stop those people. Madame Chi Bai grabbed onto Dong Huangling and looked at her appearance. Tsk, kid, your medical skills are pretty good. You are even able to save someone whose magic soul was devoured by my soul snake. So what if I saved her? This crown prince is willing to marry a fool. Dugu Xiu immediately felt that it was boring. Dugu Xiu looked at Gufeng who was still struggling bitterly. Dugu Xiu smiled in disdain. Dong Huangling, who was at the side, looked at Gufeng with tears in her eyes. The two of them looked as if they were going to part forever, causing Dugu Xiu to feel displeased. Although he didn't have the slightest interest in Dong Huangling, she was, after all, his crown prince's concubine. If Dong Huangling ran away with a man like Yi Baiming, Dugu Xiu would still be able to somewhat let it go. However, Gufeng, who didn't have any status, strength, and even his appearance could only be considered passable, ran away. Dugu Xiu felt very depressed. After all, Dugu Xiu was just a light magician who didn't know how to attack. To deal with such a person, Dugu Xiu wasn't even willing to put in too much effort. Looking at Gufeng's unreconciled expression, Dugu Xiu couldn't help but have a little bit of bad fun. After returning from Taiyuan Mountain, he was in a very bad mood. Just nice, he could vent his anger on Gufeng. Let him go. Du Guxiu waved his hand. Those guards immediately let go of Gufeng. Gufeng, I know that you are unreconciled. How about this crown prince will give you a chance. As long as you are able to withstand 10 punches from this crown prince, I will let Dong Huangling go. After Du Guxiu said those words, Gufeng, who was originally in despair, had hope reignited in his eyes. No. Dong Huangling, who was at the side, shook her head with all her might. Subconsciously, she knew that this man who was like a wolf king was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Gufeng would die. 10 punches, only 10 punches. Do you mean what you say? Gufeng mumbled. He wasn't good at anything else, but if it was just taking a beating, as long as he was able to withstand 10 punches, he still had some confidence. This crown prince doesn't care to lie to a brat like you. Du Guxiu originally only wanted to force Gufeng to beg for mercy. After all, he was no longer the same as he was in the past. The current Du Guxiu had fused with a portion of the power of the halberd of the divine war. The strength of his left arm, let alone a mere sky magician, even if it was a martial emperor with a tyrannical constitution, he would be able to kill him with one punch. However, who would have thought that Gufeng, this brat, would actually stupidly agree to it? Du Guxiu wanted to know how Gufeng was going to take 10 punches from him. It's a deal. Gufeng nodded towards Dong Huangling. He held his magic scepter tightly. This magic scepter was personally made for him by Yun Xing back then. During this period of time, it had been modified several times. In the end, Yun Xing had even fused a large amount of purple gold into it, increasing the power of the magic scepter by a lot. For many years, Gufeng had been carrying it by his side. To Gufeng, this magic scepter symbolized the countless days that he, Yun Xing, and Qi had faced together. He was no longer alone. He had Yun Xing, Qi, and Ling to accompany him. 10 punches was just 10 punches. Under the effect of the sphere of light, he would definitely be able to endure it. Chapter 842. Bang! Yun Xing's magic scepter was hit by a snowstorm and fell to the ground. Blue, who was practicing with Yun Xing, stopped her magic and looked displeased. Yun Xing, don't get distracted when practicing magic. After being lectured by Blue, Yun Xing touched her nose awkwardly. She was indeed a little distracted. How many times had she been distracted today? Ever since she came back from Taiyuan, Blue realized that she had become a saint-level mage king. She suggested that she would like to practice magic with Yun Xing in the future. The dark gold-rank teacher did not have any objections. In the first place, magic was something that could only be learned and improved through constant sparring sessions. After Dong Huangling left, Yun Xing had been practicing magic alone. With Blue's suggestion, it solved the problem of the dark gold-rank teacher. From then on, Yun Xing began to spar with senior sister Lan. Only after practicing with Blue did Yun Xing understand how scary sister Lan was. After Lu Tongtian's death, Blue became the number 1 on the magic rankings. As for Li Xiao, his reputation in Taiyuan City was ruined and he left the mainland's magic elite camp. Yun Xing's performance in Taiyuan Mountain and her own improvement made her into the top 5 on the magic rankings. But even so, Yun Xing was still easily defeated by Blue. Blue's magic skills were much better than Yun Xing's. Forget it, I won't practice today. Lan saw that Yun Xing was absent-minded and felt bored, so he simply let Yun Xing go. Yun Xing hurriedly returned to her residence. There were already 2 letters waiting for her at the dark gold-rank teacher's place. One was a letter from her second uncle, Yun Sanglang. In the letter, Yun Sanglang knew about what happened in Taiyuan Mountain and had already passed the news to Yun Ba. The father and son had already gone to Mount Taiyuan for an inspection. After the inspection, Yun Ba was full of praise for Mount Taiyuan. Not only that, Yun Ba, who had spent his entire life charging and breaking through enemy lines on the battlefield, had even declared that he would turn empty Taiyuan into a military fortress, where not even a mosquito could fly in. As a matter of fact, the old man was already busy setting up defenses. After reading second uncle's letter, Yunxing smiled knowingly. As long as grandpa was happy, she would be happy for him to do it. Having been in the Wuji continent for so many years, Yunxing had already thoroughly regarded the group of people in the Yun residence as her own family. However, when she read the second letter, Yunxing's face became more serious. The letter was from Heaven's Wing Jade. After separating from Tianyi Jade in Taiyuan City, Yunxing entrusted Tianyi Jade with several tasks. Tianyi Jade had experience in managing Tianyi City. Thus, Yunxing entrusted her with some matters regarding the construction of the city. Tianyi Jade sent people to tidy up Taiyuan City. The city lord palace that Yunxing mentioned was also tidied up. However, she did not find the divine magic bracelet. Not being able to find the divine magic bracelet was one thing, but there was another thing that made Yunxing somewhat worried. Tianyi Jade mentioned in her heart that she had found a medicinal herb a few days ago. It was said that it was very beneficial for recovering memories. Thus, she entrusted Zhou Qing's people to deliver it to Gufeng and Donghuang Linger. However, to her surprise, Gufeng and Donghuang Linger were not in the town. The door of the medical center they ran was tightly shut, and there was no one in the residence. When she asked the neighbors, they also said that they did not know where Gufeng and Linger had gone. Yunxing remembered that in the previous letter, Gufeng also said that he and Linger liked the town that they were living in. After Linger arrived in the town, her condition had stabilized a lot. He planned to stay in the town for a long time. However, why did Gufeng leave for no reason? He did not even send a letter. Yunxing was somewhat worried. She originally planned to discuss it with Qi, but it just so happened that Qi had gone out to catch snakes for mentor Shi Huang. Yunxing did not find them, and her heart was still uneasy. Her intuition had always been very accurate. She kept feeling that Gufeng and Linger's disappearance was unusual. Just at this moment, Yi Baiming came looking for her. "You want to return to Zhou State?" Yunxing found it strange that Yi Baiming suddenly wanted to return home. Yi Baiming and Zhou State's emperor did not have a good relationship. After coming to the mainland's warrior elite camp, Yi Baiming had never returned to Zhou State. Qingbai's family has arranged a marriage for him. The wedding is set for 5 days later. He invited me to go back. Yi Baiming had a cold personality. The only two people that he was close to were Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao. He still wanted to attend Qingbai's wedding. His purpose of looking for Yunxing was to bring Yunxing back with him. In Qingbai's invitation, he also invited Yunxing to attend the ceremony. Qingbai's invitation was not that simple. Qingbai and Yi Baiming were childhood friends. The two of them were about the same age. Qingbai was already married. How far could Yi Baiming be? In the past, Yi Baiming did not have a sweetheart, so it was fine if it was Qingbai. However, ever since Yi Baiming met Yunxing and became her fiancé, Qingbai had always thought that he would be able to drink Yunxing and Yi Baiming's wedding wine very soon. Who would have thought that there was no news of Yi Baiming and Yunxing at all? Earlier, when Qingbai was at Taiyuan Mountain, when he saw the way Yi Baiming and Yunxing got along, he became anxious. If this continued, his grandson would be able to eat soy sauce. Yi Baiming would still be chasing after Yunxing. Thus, Qingbai specially invited the two of them to attend the ceremony. No matter what, Yunxing was still a member of Wushuan Limitless School. According to seniority, she had to agree to Qingbai's invitation. Qingbai planned to add fuel to the fire at the wedding and help his good brother do a good deed. However, Qingbai did not expect that his meticulous plan would coincide with the disappearance of Gufeng and Ling Er. Yunxing was only worried about the safety of the two of them. How could she be in the mood to attend the wedding in Yujing? As senior brother Cheng's junior sister, I originally wanted to attend to senior brother Cheng's wedding. However, I happen to have some matters to attend to and cannot go to Yujing. However, I can go back with you. Yun Sheng was very regretful and found a simple excuse. Yi Baiming did not ask any further. The way he interacted with Yun Sheng had always been like this. Yun Sheng never asked about the power behind him. He also gave Yun Sheng a certain amount of space to do what she liked. Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming set off together towards Zhou State. Near the border of Zhou State, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming parted ways. She decided to go to the small town where Gufeng lived to take a look. When Yun Sheng arrived at the small town where Gufeng lived, it was already around sunset. She asked a passerby and found Gufeng's residence first. You mean young Master Gu? I haven't seen him for a few days. What a pity, why did he leave without saying a word? When the passerby heard this, he enthusiastically told Yun Sheng where Gufeng lived. The empty house was plunged into darkness. Yun Sheng entered the house. After checking, she found some men's and women's clothes. Gufeng's mage robe was still neatly placed there. The uneasiness in Yun Sheng's heart grew even stronger. The clothes and daily necessities were all there. This proved that Gufeng and Ling had left in a hurry. Yun Sheng hurried to the medical center. The door was tightly shut. She pushed the door and found that it was unlatched. Walking into the medical center, she found that it was very neat and tidy. It did not look like there were any traces of a fight. Yun Sheng sighed in relief. Her gaze landed on the counter at the side, and her pupils suddenly shrank. On the counter of the medical center, there was a broken magic scepter. Chapter 843. He would never forget that magic scepter. It was the magic scepter that Yun Sheng made for Gu Feng. To a mage, the magic scepter was their life. As long as they were alive, the magic scepter would be there. Since the magic scepter was left here, it meant that something had happened to Gu Feng. Under the broken magic scepter, there was a line of words on the counter, Eastern Capital awaits your arrival. Those words were written with finger force. They were deeply engraved and had a domineering aura. Dugu Xiu. He was the one who captured Ling, and Gu Feng. Yun Sheng bit her lips and stared at those words. In the Eastern Duqian prison. In the damp prison, there was a bright flame and a dying man. Gu Feng was hung upside down. His face and body were full of injuries. Opposite him, Dugu Xiu was sitting on a luxurious chair surrounded by a group of blood iron warriors. His hair was like fire and his eyes were like a wolf. However, he still did not give in. Dugu Xiu, you despicable thing. Bang! A blood iron warrior punched Gu Feng. Gu Feng felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A bone pierced through his abdomen. Gu Feng did not cry out in pain. He had been beaten like this for 3 days and 3 nights. He was already numb to the same wounds and the same pain. Gu Feng's magic power was exhausted. For 3 days and 3 nights, these people did not give him any food or water. Even so, his eyes were still filled with hatred. You are not a man of your words. Gu Feng was filled with hatred. He withstood Dugu Xiu's 10 punches. That day, Gu Feng did not hesitate to use the life-burning spell to block Dugu Xiu's 10 punches at the last moment. He thought that he could leave with Dong Huangling, but who knew, Gu Feng, you better remember this clearly. This crown prince will let you go. Dong Huangling, came back to the eastern capital by herself. Maybe you don't know your woman well enough. When she was an idiot, she could still live with you. But after she became an ordinary person, she was not willing to live with you anymore. Dugu Xiu walked forward and patted the wound on Gu Feng's shoulder. Gu Feng's face turned even paler, but he did not make a sound. Dugu Xiu's eyes were filled with admiration. Even though they were enemies, Dugu Xiu admired Gu Feng. Gu Feng was the second man that Dugu Xiu had praised. The first was Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming's strength was enough to make Du Guxiu look at him in a new light. As for Gu Feng, it was because of his stubbornness, or rather, his feelings for Dong Huangling, her. Gu Feng had exceeded everyone's expectations. That day in the medical center, Gu Feng agreed to Du Guxiu's request. A light mage was actually able to withstand 10 of his punches. Du Guxiu admitted that he didn't go too hard on him out of consideration for Yunsheng. That was because he knew that this light mage and Yunsheng were childhood friends. If he really killed him, he was afraid that Yunsheng would fight him to the death. However, when it came to the 9th punch, especially the final punch, Du Guxiu had used his true strength. He even used a part of the power of the halberd of the divine battle god. Even if he couldn't kill Gu Feng, it would definitely be enough to severely injure him and make him faint. The violent fighting energy transformed into countless fist shadows, attacking the ball of light from all directions. The ball of light was directly shattered. Even the magic scepter in Gu Feng's hand was broken. At the last moment, Gu Feng disregarded everything and used the high-level spell that he had learned in the Great Magic Forest, the Life-Burning Spell. He used a part of his life force to obtain a second chance to use the ball of light. Another burst of magic power burst out from his body and blocked Du Guxiu's fatal attack. After taking that punch, Gu Feng spat out blood and fell to the ground. He couldn't even stand up. However, he was still alive. While Dong Huangling was crying, he slowly got up and walked towards Dong Huangling. At that moment, Gu Feng's knees had already turned to jelly. However, he still resolutely walked towards Dong Huangling, leaving bloody footprints behind. At that moment, this ordinary-looking man exuded a strange aura that made people raise their eyebrows. Even Madame Chi Bai couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. He was a man. Gu Feng was a real man. Under Du Guxiu's instructions, they let Dong Huangling and Gu Feng go. However, Gu Feng's magic scepter was left in the medical center. Du Guxiu admired people with a strong backbone. Therefore, he didn't kill Gu Feng. He also followed the agreement and let them go. However, if Gu Feng thought that Du Guxiu would let them go, he was gravely mistaken. Shameless. That's because you used the lives of Ling Er's brother and mother to threaten Ling Er. Gu Feng couldn't wait to eat Du Guxiu alive. Tisk, tsk. Gu Feng, should I say that you're stupid or brainless? Don't forget that it was Dong Huangling who came back to the eastern capital. She abandoned you and chose to return to the eastern capital to be her princess. Du Guxiu was a lone wolf. He didn't do things according to logic. He was cruel and ruthless. If he wanted to unite with the eastern capital through marriage, no one could stop him. That day, perhaps because she was stimulated by Gu Feng's injuries, Dong Huangling, who had been muddle-headed, actually recovered her memories the next day. Seeing that Gu Feng was on his last breath, Dong Huangling's heart ached. She didn't leave Gu Feng's side at all. She personally brewed medicine and guarded Gu Feng day and night. After 2 days, Gu Feng relied on his powerful vitality to survive. However, on the 3rd day, Dong Huangling went out and didn't return. Gu Feng was worried about Ling Er's whereabouts. Dragging his sick body, he searched for her. However, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find Dong Huangling. That was until he received news that the eastern capital's princess, Dong Huangling, had recovered. She was going to later Qin to marry Du Guxiu. Gu Feng rushed through the night and arrived in the eastern capital. But this time, things didn't go so smoothly. He couldn't even enter the eastern capital's imperial palace. He was captured by Du Guxiu's Iron Blood guards and thrown into the prison. Gu Feng had always thought that Du Guxiu had used a scheme to capture Ling Er. Only now did he know that Dong Huangling had returned by herself. You're lying. It's impossible for Ling Er to return by herself. Compared to the pain in his body, Gu Feng's heart was in more pain. Whether you believe it or not, let her tell you herself. Du Guxiu glanced at the prison's entrance. The prison's door was opened. Dong Huangling walked in. She was alone. Her appearance was incomparably exquisite. Her pomegranate red dress made her look even more beautiful than a flower. Her face didn't have the slightest trace of being tortured or forced. She also didn't have any disguise. She was Dong Huangling. Ling, are you all right? You. Gu Feng didn't know what to ask. He didn't know this Dong Huangling. I'm fine. Gu Feng, what the Crown Prince said is correct. I came back willingly. I don't want to live a simple life with you anymore. Just give up. Coldness and disgust appeared in Dong Huangling's eyes. Chapter 844. Du Guxiu's fist was unable to defeat Gu Feng. However, Dong Huangling's words were like a sharp sword, causing Gu Feng's mind to go blank. Linger, you're lying to me. Gu Feng muttered. Gu Feng, if I follow you, I can only be a commoner. If I marry Du Guxiu, I can become the future empress of later Qin. Disdain and disdain appeared on Dong Huangling's pretty face, stabbing Gu Feng again and again. She wasn't even willing to look at Gu Feng. She turned around, leaving him with a heartless back view. Linger, have you ever liked me? Gu Feng closed his eyes, trying his best not to let his tears fall down. Once upon a time, he thought that Linger liked him. The first time they met, she snatched his cup of water. Countless times, she despised him for being stupid. When she lost her memories, she was like a child learning how to speak. When she opened her mouth, she called out, Gu Feng, for the first time. She clumsily brewed medicine for him. In the end, all of this was nothing compared to the throne of later Qin's empress. Gu Feng, you're very foolish. For a woman like me, you gave up your identity as a light magician. It's not worth it. Forget about me and return to the continent's magic elite camp. Become a great light magician. Dong Huangling's tone was ice cold. She flung her sleeve and walked out of the prison. From the beginning to the end, Du Guxiu watched coldly from the side, as if he was watching a show. Now, you should believe me. Seeing that the continent's magic elite camp is an alliance with later Qin, this crown prince will let you off. After you leave, you might be able to make it in time for Dong Huangling's marriage. Seeing Gu Feng's deathly pale face, Du Guxiu knew that Dong Huangling's words had completely hurt Gu Feng. To a magician, physical injuries were far less fatal than mental injuries. After Dong Huangling walked out of the prison, the tears that she had been holding back for a long time couldn't help but roll down her face. Gu Feng, you must be well. In this life, I owe you. Dong Huanling said bitterly. A few days ago, when she was on her way to the medical hall to get medicine, she met Madame Qi Bai. Originally, Dong Huangling didn't want to talk too much with Madame Qi Bai. However, Madame Qi Bai gave Dong Huangling a memory crystal ball. The crystal ball recorded the daily life of the Eastern Emperor, Dong Huangtianqi, in the Eastern capital. In just a few months, the Emperor of the East capital had turned from a handsome young man into an idiot with drooling mouth and dull eyes. If it wasn't for Madame Qi Bai telling Dong Huangling, Dong Huangling might have also recognized her elder brother. The moment Dong Huangling saw Dong Huangtianqi, the kinship within her was awakened. Madame Qi Bai chuckled, "Princess, look, this is the consequence of disobeying His Highness the Crown Prince. In your elder brother's body, the soul snake is slowly devouring his consciousness. Before long, even walking would be a problem for him. When your mother saw her son become like this, she couldn't take it anymore and wanted to commit suicide. Fortunately, I saved her. Qi Bai, you will die a horrible death." Dong Huangling's eyes were filled with hatred. The memories of the past, the pain that she had suffered, and the things that she had deliberately forgotten all came flooding back. Ever since the previous emperor of the East capital was assassinated, the royal bloodline of the Eastern capital withered. Only Dong Huangling and Dong Huang Tianqi were left. Ever since Dong Huang Tianqi was young, he had always doted on his younger sister, Dong Huangling, who was 2 years younger than him. Even the bones of demonic beasts that Dong Huangling used to make her magic scepter were obtained by Dong Huang Tianqi when he secretly went to catch demonic beasts with Dong Huangling. Who would have thought that during that trip, they would be attacked by bandits? In order to protect Dong Huangling, Dong Huang Tianqi was heavily injured. When the imperial guards found them, Dong Huang Tianqi was already unconscious. After the two of them were rescued and brought back to the eastern capital, Dong Huang Tianqi's body wasn't very good. His magic cultivation also didn't improve. Since then, Dong Huangling swore that she would protect her elder brother. Therefore, she secretly left the eastern capital and went to the continent's magic elite camp. She wanted to become the most powerful female mage in the eastern capital and be able to protect her elder brother and mother. However, all of her dreams were now shattered by the cruel reality. Princess, you only have 2 paths now. You can either marry the crown prince or continue to live a carefree life. As the saying goes, loyalty and filial piety are difficult to achieve. I want to see whether your mother is more important or Gu Feng is more important. Madame Qi Bai's threat was very effective. After struggling in her heart, Dong Huangling returned to the eastern capital. In order to make Gu Feng give up, she did what she did today. After Gu Feng was released, Dong Huangling stood on the balcony of the eastern capital and watched as he walked away. Only when the last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the darkness did she drag her feet back to the imperial palace with difficulty. Dong Huangling came to her elder brother Dong Huang Tianqi's bedroom. Empress Dowager Situ was sitting in front of the bed, wiping her tears. In just a few months, this graceful and luxurious woman had undergone a shocking change. She quickly grew old, and now, her hair was white, like an old woman. Mother. Dong Huangling knelt down in front of Empress Dowager Situ. Ling, why did you come back? Since you left, why did you come back? Empress Dowager Situ hugged Dong Huangling and cried bitterly. She was once selfish and used a lie to trick her daughter into coming back. However, after knowing Duguxiu's intentions, she was not willing to let her only daughter jump into the fire pit again. Although Empress Dowager Situ was controlled by Qi Bai, she did not consume the soul snake egg. Therefore, after being unconscious for a while, she gradually recovered. However, she did not expect that her son and daughter would be destroyed to such a state. Mother, it's just getting married. Ling is not afraid. Don't worry, I will go and find Duguxiu and ask him to find the best imperial physician for elder brother. Dong Huangling forced a smile and wiped away Empress Dowager Situ's tears. Dong Huangling stood up with a beautiful smile on her face. Empress Dowager Situ had never seen such a smile before. Empress Dowager Situ seemed to have sensed something and wanted to stop Dong Huangling. However, Dong Huangling shook her head and quickly walked away. At night, Duguxiu was in the imperial study room of the eastern capital. In front of him, there was a pile of military memorials that were sent over from the later Qin dynasty. Madame Qi Bai was waiting at the side. Her gaze was gentle as she stared at Duguxiu's face. The current eastern capital's imperial palace only existed in name. In reality, it was under the control of Duguxiu. After lightly knocking on the door, Dong Huangling walked in with a cup of soup in her hand. Tonight, Dong Huangling was exceptionally charming. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her big eyes were filled with boundless affection. Chapter 845. Seeing such a Dong Huangling, Duguxiu couldn't help but stare at her. It was undeniable that Dong Huangling was very beautiful. As the princess of the eastern capital, she naturally had a noble aura. Compared to Madame Qi by whom Duguxiu doted on, both of them had their own merits. Qi Bai, you can leave first. Duguxiu ordered Madame Qi Bai to leave. Seeing Duguxiu acting like this, Madame Qi Bai felt somewhat jealous. She fiercely glared at Dong Huangling. This woman, a few days ago, she looked as if she wanted to fight the crown prince to the death. Why is she acting so abnormally tonight? However, since Duguxiu had already ordered her to leave, Madame Qi Bai could only close the door and leave. It's already late at night, and the crown prince is very busy every day. Why don't you have some soup? Dong Huangling personally poured a bowl of soup for Duguxiu. Seeing that Duguxiu wasn't willing to eat, Dong Huangling's hands tightened. Duguxiu stretched out his arm and hugged Dong Huangling. Ling's face paled as she was pulled by Duguxiu to sit on his lap. She forced herself to remain calm and her eyes were still filled with love. Princess, this isn't how my woman delivers soup. Duguxiu smiled and said with an ambiguous tone. Dong Huangling's smile froze on her face. She forced herself to smile and picked up the bowl, then moved the spoon to Duguxiu's mouth. Only then did Duguxiu drink a mouthful of soup. Seeing that Duguxiu drank the soup, Dong Huangling let out a breath of relief. After drinking a few mouthfuls of soup, Duguxiu's eyes gradually became blurry and his body also became heavy. With a putong sound, he laid down on the ground. Seeing that he had fainted, Dong Huangling sneered. She pulled out a hairpin from her hair and aimed at Duguxiu's main artery on his neck and fiercely pierced it. This hairpin was Dong Huangling's personal item. It was a purple gold hairpin that her father ordered someone to make for her when she was born. The sharp hairpin could even kill someone with the body of a martial saint. If one's vital part was pierced, it could also be fatal. However, when Dong Huangling pierced it, the hairpin stopped at Duguxiu's throat and didn't move. How is this possible? Could it be that Duguxiu, he hesitated. Dong Huangling, do you think that this crown prince will die in the hands of a woman like you? A cold voice resounded in Dong Huangling's ears. Duguxiu sneered as he spat out a water arrow. The water arrow struck Dong Huangling's wrist. Ling felt an intense pain as the bones in her hand were shattered. As for the soup that Dong Huangling fed him earlier, although he seemed to have swallowed it, in actuality, not a single drop of it fell out. All of it was wrapped in his qi and kept in his mouth. Dong Huangling had underestimated Duguxiu. Duguxiu was born in later Qin. Although he was the crown prince, his position was not like the other crown princes of other countries, who relied on their mother's favor and seniority to obtain it. Later Qin's intrigue had taught him how to distinguish between different kinds of poisons at a very young age. Although the poison in Dong Huangling's soup was colorless and tasteless, Duguxiu was able to see through it with a single glance. How could someone like Dong Huangling dance with a wolf? To Duguxiu, there were only two kinds of women, those that he wanted and those that he didn't want. Back then, because of Dong Huangling's status, he was willing to marry her. But now, a woman who had separated with another man, he would not want her. Toward a woman that he didn't want, Duguxiu would definitely not be lenient. Men, lock up the princess. Duguxiu, if you have the ability, then kill me. Dong Huangling smiled bitterly. Tonight, when she came to poison Duguxiu, she was already prepared to die. Her brother was already living a life worse than death, and her mother was also crying. All of this was because of Duguxiu, this demon. Princess, you cannot die. This crown prince still needs to use you as bait. Duguxiu laughed wantonly. The person that he wanted would definitely come. When Yunsheng arrived at the eastern capital, she didn't hide anything and directly went to look for Duguxiu. This crown prince also didn't expect that I would see you again in this kind of situation. Duguxiu was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Yunsheng would come to look for him alone. 2 rays of greedy light could be seen in his eyes. That gaze of his was like a hungry beast that found a fat and juicy sheep. When Yunxing saw Ling who was detained for several days, she resisted the urge to beat Dugu Xiu up. I am here to negotiate. I am here to cancel the engagement and let Gufeng and Ling be together. My engagement with Donghuang Ling has already been announced to the world. If she were to cancel the engagement at this time, where would this crown prince's face be? Dugu Xiu's thin lips slightly pursed. If Dugu Xiu were to cancel the engagement in the eastern capital, later Qin wouldn't allow it, and so would Dugu Xiu. However, Dugu Xiu suddenly changed the topic. This matter isn't completely without any room for negotiation. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. What conditions do you have? Just say it. Yunxing didn't like Dugu Xiu. From the first time she saw him, Yunxing hated his attitude of looking down on others and thinking that he was the only one in the world. Do you still remember what this crown prince said to you a few years ago? One day, you will beg this crown prince to marry you. Dugu Xiu suddenly pulled Yunxing into his embrace. How could Yunxing possibly allow him to succeed? Like a fish that entered the water, she struck Dugu Xiu's throat with her elbow. Dugu Xiu had tasted Yunxing's crafty footwork before. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless and was forced to take a step back. The two of them maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Dream on. Yunxing's small face was covered with frost. She was just like a thorny rose. If anyone were to get close to her, she would sting them until they were covered with cuts and bruises. Yunxing, don't argue with him. Quickly, leave. Donghuang Ling was anxious. You marry, and she lives. What this crown prince wants is a woman that I can bring back to the eastern capital. It doesn't matter if you are Donghuang Ling or not. Because they were standing very close to each other, Dugu Xiu could smell the fragrance of a young girl that was being emitted from Yunxing's body. Dugu Xiu's eyes dimmed. Even the heavens are helping me. Back then, Yunxing's rejection of the marriage was viewed as a humiliation by Dugu Xiu. He would think about it all the time. In the past few years, he used government affairs, the country's situation, and all kinds of women to try his best to forget about this woman that had humiliated him. She was also the only woman that had rejected him. However, she actually walked right into his trap and appeared in front of him once again. On the other hand, Dugu Xiu suddenly had a bright idea. He thought of a trick to secretly replace her with someone else. Furthermore, compared to the immature and not feminine young girl from a few years ago, the Yunxing in front of him had gradually transformed into a woman that made his heart itch. He wanted her. This time, no matter if it was Yi Baiming of Zhou State, the eastern capital, or even his father, none of them could stop him. Yunxing ignored Dugu Xiu and went forward to untie the ropes on Donghuang Ling's body. Humph, do you really think that the palace is your home? You can come and go as you please. Madame Qi Bai barged in with tens of blood iron guards. Do you think that you are qualified to stop me? Yunxing never fought a battle that she wasn't confident in. Since she dared to barge into the eastern capital alone to snatch Donghuang Ling away, she had absolute confidence that she would be able to escape unscathed. Chapter 846. As Yunxing spoke, she was filled with arrogance. In her black eyes, there was a murderous aura. Dugu Xiu, who do you think you are? You can't afford to have me. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange figure flashed past. Madame Qi Bai exclaimed. She didn't even have time to pull out her magic scepter before the 2 blood iron guards beside her were knocked away by a strange force. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Madame Qi Bai was forced to take a few steps back, and there was a hand on her slender and fair neck. Tycoon Jean was like a ghost. He came and went without a trace and subdued Madame Qi Bai. At the same time, there was a commotion in the palace. A blood iron guard rushed in a panic. Crown Prince, bad news. A group of demonic beasts rushed into the palace. Our brothers couldn't stop them. Empress Dowager Situ and the East Emperor were rescued. Hearing that, Duguxiu raised his eyebrows, and his gaze landed on Yunsheng. In his cold eagle eyes, there was anger and sorrow. Yunsheng's beauty was unparalleled, but it was also this woman who looked like a flower vase. Her methods and style of doing things were not inferior to his in the slightest. As expected of someone from the Marshal Saint General's mansion of Zhou State. Yunsheng's rescue seemed reckless, but her every move was arranged in an orderly manner. First, she acted alone to confuse the enemy. Then, she secretly ambushed this strange assassin. Then, she used the demonic beasts to launch a surprise attack. If he guessed correctly, the group of demonic beasts that barged into the palace was definitely the group of demonic beasts from Taiyuan Castle. This group of demonic beasts was originally transformed from humans. Especially the two tiger-lion beasts, they were originally the subordinates of the Prince of Taiyuan. They knew all kinds of military strategies. With their help, Yunsheng created a diversion and successfully rescued Empress Dowager Situ and the East Emperor. At this time, even if he sent people to chase after them, they probably wouldn't be able to catch up. With more than 20 purple-gold demonic beasts in the open and Tycoon Jean in the dark, she could save Dong Huangling, and her family, eliminating her worries. Yunsheng wasn't goofing. She knew that in order to save Dong Huangling, not only did she have to save Dong Huangling, she also had to save her family. Only after East Emperor and Empress Dowager Situ escaped would Ling be able to truly have nothing to worry about. Even Duguxiu couldn't guarantee that he could come up with a more perfect rescue plan today. Yunsheng, after all, you don't know me well enough. You can take him away, but I can guarantee that you won't even be able to leave the imperial palace of Dongdu. Duguxiu was not angry. Instead, he laughed. His expression was unpredictable. He admired Yunsheng. Only a woman like her, who could enter the palace and go to the battlefield, was the most suitable woman for him, Duguxiu. He waved his hand, and the group of iron-blooded guards all stepped aside. Yunsheng didn't understand why Duguxiu was so straightforward. She untied the ropes on Ling's body, and the two of them were about to leave. When Dong Huangling arrived at the entrance, her body trembled violently as if she was having a spasm. Sweat dripped down her forehead like rain. Yunsheng checked Dong Huangling's body and discovered that Duguxiu had ingeniously used his Do Qi to suppress many of Dong Huangling's vital points. This is a special Do Qi sealing technique. It's a battle technique of Dugu imperial family. Without my unique technique, even if you save Dong Huangling, it'll be useless. She'll be in pain for 3 days and 3 nights, until her meridians break and she vomits blood and dies. Duguxiu's gaze was cold. With every word that he said, Dong Huangling's face would become uglier. She felt as if she was being bitten by ants. Her meridians and muscles were all being suppressed by Duguxiu's Do Qi. Yunsheng, I'm fine. Let's go. He has already set up a trap and is waiting for you to walk into it. Don't fall for it. Dong Huangling forcefully held back the blood in her throat and stood up. She was very grateful to Yunsheng. As long as her imperial mother and imperial brother managed to escape, Dong Huangling's life was no longer important. Right now, she no longer had the face to see Gu Feng. After Dong Huangling was subdued by Duguxiu, Duguxiu used a special battle technique to seal many of her major acupoints. Even if Dong Huangling wanted to die, she wouldn't be able to do so. Madame Qi Bai told Dong Huangling that the reason why Duguxiu imprisoned her in the eastern capital was because of Yunsheng. Duguxiu wouldn't marry a princess who eloped with another man. Only now did Dong Huangling know that several years ago, Duguxiu had proposed to Yunsheng. Later Qin, Crown Prince Dugu, who had always been arrogant, was rejected by Yun Sheng. Dong Huangling knew that Dugu Xiu was a narrow-minded person. He would definitely take revenge on Yun Sheng. No matter what, she couldn't let her good friend fall into Dugu Xiu's hands. Dugu Xiu, you are truly despicable. Ling is a woman, and you actually use such a vicious method to deal with a woman who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Your actions won't be mocked by the experts of the continent. Yun Sheng couldn't watch as Dong Huangling was tortured to death. Because of the pain, Dong Huangling's lips were already bleeding. When Yun Sheng saw how Ling was resisting the urge to say anything, her heart ached. Yun Sheng boasted that her medical skills were unparalleled. However, she was helpless when it came to battle techniques. She muttered to herself for a moment. She decided to pretend that she had agreed to Dugu Xiu's request. As long as he cured Ling she would think of a way to deal with him. Undo the unique battle technique on her body, and I will agree to your request. Yun Sheng's face was cold. So what if she arrived at later Qin? She had plenty of ways to escape midway. If you want to save her, you have to agree to 2 conditions of mine. Dugu Xiu had already expected that Yun Sheng would agree to his request. Yun Sheng was a meticulous person. She was smart and patient. She was a rare woman. Unfortunately, her biggest weakness was her family and friends. Firstly, hand over your summoner ring. Dugu Xiu said faintly. In the continent, there weren't many people who knew that Yun Sheng was a summoner. However, Dugu Xiu was one of the few people who knew about it. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a powerful summoner, how would those 20+ purple gold ranked demonic beasts be willing to submit to her? Dugu Xiu was still a bit wary of Yun Sheng's strength, especially her identity as a summoner. Without the beast language ring, Yun Sheng wouldn't be able to summon demonic beasts, and her strength would be greatly reduced. Yun Sheng straightforwardly took off the beast language ring. At the very least, she still had her magic. Secondly, accept a small gift from me. Dugu Xiu signaled with his eyes. Madame Qi Bai revealed a strange smile. Madame Qi Bai's smile contained a bit of schadenfreude, as well as a bit of jealousy. Yun Sheng suddenly had a very bad premonition when she was being stared at by her. Madame Qi Bai took out a box. Inside the box were 2 eggs. These 2 eggs were much smaller than a pigeon's egg. One was gold, and the other was silver. They looked like a pair of exquisite decorations. Dugu Xiu walked forward. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the 2 jade eggs. The originally motionless jade eggs began to stir. Chapter 847. At this moment, the originally exquisite jade egg let out a crisp cracking sound. The eggshell cracked open, and 2 small snakes popped out from it. The 2 small snakes looked even smaller than earthworms. They were translucent and sparkling like jade. Their eyes were blood red. One of them was completely gold in color, while the other was completely silver in color. Not long after they hatched, the first thing they saw was Dugu Xiu. They stuck out their tongues at Dugu Xiu in a friendly manner. What the hell is that? Yun Sheng didn't have a good impression of snakes. Snakes were ice-cold creatures. They were cold-blooded and temperamental. Although abandoned Little Green was also a snake, Little Green knew people and rarely appeared in front of others. Especially these snakes, they reminded her of the soul snake that Madame Qi Bai used to harm Dong Huangling and Dong Huang Tianqi. Dong Huangling was saved in time by Yun Sheng and Gu Feng's patient care, which allowed her to escape the fate of becoming a retard. Compared to Ling's brother, Dong Huang Tianqi wasn't as lucky as Ling. Yun Sheng had already ordered the 2 tiger lion beasts to escort Empress Dowager Situ and her son to the Hunters Guild in the eastern capital. There would be people there to receive them and send them to Skywing City. With Su Da's treatment, Empress Dowager Situ and her son's lives would be safe for the time being. But even so, Dong Huang Tianqi felt that it would be hard for him to escape the fate of becoming a retard. These two gold and silver snakes looked even stranger than Madame Qi Bai's soul snake. Yunxing couldn't help but think that Dugu Xiu, this big pervert, couldn't be thinking of using the soul snake to control her, right? Thinking about how she would become a puppet and Dugu Xiu's plaything, Yunxing couldn't help but frown. Dong Huangling also had a terrified expression on her face. She pulled Yunsheng and shook her head incessantly. Don't worry, this crown prince has no interest in turning you into a puppet. If that happens, this crown prince's life would become dull and boring, Dugu Xiu joked. Wooden beauties, there were plenty of them in later Qin. Later Qin's harem was filled with women who wanted to please him. What he wanted was a real Yunsheng. Sometimes, even he himself couldn't understand why he was so infatuated with Yunsheng, who was fierce and unfeminine. These two snakes are called soul yearning and double yearning. They were personally fed by this crown prince's heart blood. After 79 days, they hatched. The golden one is called soul pull, and it's the female snake. The silver one is the sun, and it's called dream spin. Dugu Xiu picked up the little golden snake and played with it. The small golden snake turned into a golden mist and entered Dugu Xiu's body. It turned into a golden snake tattoo on his arm. He picked up the silver snake again and walked in front of Yunsheng. The uneasiness in Yunsheng's heart grew stronger and stronger. This crown prince guarantees that this little snake won't cause you to have any adverse reactions. You will still be able to eat and jump, other than. Dugu Xiu continued to close in on her. Yunsheng took a step back. Seeing Dong Huangling's pained expression, Yunsheng hesitated. Dugu Xiu grabbed onto her hand. Dugu Xiu's tyrannical do qi caused Yunsheng's body to be unable to move. The silver snake climbed onto Yunsheng's wrist. The ice-cold body of the snake turned into a frost-like mist and assimilated into Yunsheng's skin and body. Other than that, she didn't feel anything else. On Yunsheng's arm, a silver snake appeared. The silver snake and the silver snake on Dugu Xiu's arm complemented each other. Other than what? Yunsheng didn't believe that this silver snake didn't have any other uses. Other than the fact that you will never be able to leave this crown prince's side. Dugu Xiu moved closer to Yunsheng's ear and said intimately. What? Yunsheng threw a slap onto Dugu Xiu's face. A slap was heard, and a palm print appeared on Dugu Xiu's face, which was as resolute as a sculpture. The Blood Iron Guard and Madame Qi Bai were both astonished. Has this woman gone mad? She actually slapped the crown prince. Crown Prince Dugu is an absolute bloodthirsty tyrant. There wasn't any anger on Dugu Xiu's face. He stretched out his hand and caressed his own face. At the same time, he was satisfied to see that Yunsheng's face was also red and swollen. Both of their faces were red and swollen. It was as if both of their faces were slapped by someone at the same time. What? Yunsheng opened her eyes wide. The one that she slapped was Dugu Xiu, so why is my face also red and painful? The soul-twining dream snake was a very mystical soul snake. The probability of it hatching was very low. However, once it hatched, it would live and die together. The mother snake and the son snake had an innate connection. If the mother snake was injured, the other snake would also suffer the same injury. If the son snake left the mother snake for more than 12 hours, the son snake would be in extreme pain until its internal organs shattered and it died. Their host's fate is also like this. Dugu Xiu chuckled. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yunsheng's face with a bit of infatuation. Because of her anger, her face became even more beautiful. That gaze was like that of a greedy snake, and Yunsheng was the prey that he had been drooling over for a long time. She was plump and juicy, making him want to swallow her into his stomach in one gulp. Yunsheng shivered. There was actually such a strange soul snake in this world. The silver brand was branded on her arm. Other than the initial cold feeling, there was no other feeling or pain. Yunsheng's arm skin was as smooth as snow. That touch of silver on her hand actually had a bit of a demonic feeling. Duguxiu, is there something wrong with your brain? Get rid of this thing. When Yunsheng heard this, she almost vomited to death. Get rid of it? This crown prince is also very willing. As long as you are willing to let this crown prince do it once, this crown prince will help you get rid of it. You can carefully consider this condition. Duguxiu was very ambiguous. Duguxiu said such hooligan words in front of so many people, but his face didn't turn red and his heart didn't skip a beat. His expression didn't change. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Yunsheng with a burning gaze, as if he could see a hole in her face. Yunsheng's strength wasn't bad, but it was impossible for her to kill Duguxiu. Only Duguxiu could cure the soul-yearning dream snake that was fed with his heart's blood. Duguxiu liked Yunsheng. He could use force, but he wasn't willing to do so. With his status, what kind of woman didn't he have? He had yearned for this woman day and night. He had even used his own blood to feed the soul snake and nurtured the unparalleled soul-yearning dream snake. He wanted her to accept him, whether it was her body or her heart. He believed that he wasn't inferior to Yi Baiming. As long as Yunsheng returned to later Qin with him, he would have a way to make Yunsheng slowly accept him. He wanted to tie down Yunsheng like this for the rest of her life, so that she would only have him. Duguxiu was secretly pleased. Yunsheng was very angry. Without the summoner's ring, she couldn't teach Duguxiu a lesson. Wouldn't she become a useless person? Yunsheng held the magic scepter in her hand until her knuckles turned white. She had an impulse to use Thunder Flash to hack Duguxiu into pieces. I agree to your conditions. Save Ling first. Yunsheng gritted her teeth. Chapter 848. Yunsheng swore that, sooner or later, she would look for Duguxiu and make him pay for all the humiliation she suffered today. Men, take these two ladies away and serve them carefully, Duguxiu ordered, and the two of them were locked up separately. Seeing that the two ladies were taken away, Madame Qi Bai walked over. Suppressing the jealousy in her heart, she asked, Crown Prince, how do you plan to deal with those two ladies? According to a letter from a spy in our country, recently, rumors that are unfavorable to Crown Prince have been spreading in later Qin. This time, Duguxiu's plan to capture Dong Huangling and trick Yunsheng was all a sudden decision. After returning from Taiyuan Mountain, he didn't return to later Qin. Instead, he went straight to Zhou State and captured Dong Huangling and Gu Feng. As the crown prince of a country, as long as he didn't ascend to the throne, he would still be affected by the country's public opinion. Every word and action of his would be restricted. Duguxiu and Dong Huangling's marriage had been delayed for many years. In the early years, Duguxiu had always used the excuse that the princess was sick. However, about a month ago, an official from later Qin claimed that he saw Dong Huangling, who was recuperating at the border of Zhou State. The princess, who was supposed to be sick, was actually found to be living together with a man. The two of them behaved intimately, just like a married couple. The future crown prince consort of later Qin actually eloped with a man. This was undoubtedly a huge scandal. When the rumor was released, it immediately spread throughout later Qin. In the end, the rumor became that the princess of Eastern Capital felt that the crown prince of later Qin, Duguxiu, was too cruel and didn't understand romance. Moreover, because of the constant wars, he was a useless person. When Duguxiu received this news, he had just found Dong Huangling. As a result, Duguxiu's plan was completely disrupted. Originally, he planned to make use of Dong Huangling to capture Yunsheng and have Yunsheng pretend to be Dong Huangling. In this way, he could make use of Dong Huangling to control Eastern Capital and also get the beauty back. It was the best of both worlds. However, once the rumor spread, Dong Huangling would no longer be able to marry into the eastern capital as planned. Regardless of whether Dong Huangling was a virgin or not, later Qin citizens had already determined that she was a loose woman. If the crown prince were to marry this woman, it would be the same as having a green cloud floating above his head, making him a bastard. What Madame Qi Bai was implying was whether or not Du Guxiu should return to later Qin according to the original plan. After all, Du Guxiu had left later Qin for quite some time. Logically speaking, he should return to later Qin as soon as possible to avoid any changes in the imperial court. Tell the left prime minister that this crown prince has something to discuss with him. Du Guxiu frowned as he pondered. In the eastern capital imperial palace, several palace maids were guarding the young lady on the bed. Her appearance was even prettier than Dong Huangling. At this moment, the girl's eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes fluttered along with her breathing. Yunxing opened her eyes and saw the scenery of the Dongdu imperial palace. His brain was still a mess. She subconsciously looked at her arm, and the little silver snake mark was still there. A trace of annoyance flashed past her face. I failed again. Ever since that day, Du Guxiu had left this inexplicable soul-yearning snake on her body. She had been forced to follow Du Guxiu. However, what made Yunxing depressed was that Du Guxiu actually separated her from Ling He. He only asked Ling He to accompany her for an hour every day and teach her some of the eastern capital's customs and palace etiquette. Yunxing scolded Du Guxiu for not keeping his word. She originally requested Du Guxiu to let Dong Huangling go. However, Du Guxiu didn't feel any pain or itch. He argued that he only promised to save Dong Huangling and never said that he would let her go. He had already removed the special martial skill on Ling He's body. However, in order to prevent Dong Huangling from leaking information and prevent Yunxing from having any thoughts of escaping, he directly imprisoned Dong Huangling as well. He only promised to send Dong Huangling away after he and Yunxing got married. Because Empress Dowager Situ and the East Monarch's whereabouts were unknown, the eastern capital had already fallen into the hands of Du Guxiu and the left premier. Yunxing was under the effect of the soul-twirling dream, making it impossible for her to kill Du Guxiu. Thus, Yunxing tried to escape. However, after escaping for a distance, Yunxing felt dizzy and fainted. When she woke up, she was caught by Du Guxiu. Du Guxiu never got tired of chasing after Yunxing. Like a cat chasing after a mouse, he would personally chase after Yunxing every single time. He would always be able to accurately find Yunxing. Only then did Yunxing give up. She finally recognized a fact. This damned soul-twirling dream was even more powerful than the binding magic she used on Yi Baiming. Binding magic needed to be within a certain distance in order to be effective. However, this soul-twirling dream would exhaust her stamina and make her unable to move. As a result, Yunxing's sixth attempt to escape was interrupted, and she was once again carried back by Du Guxiu. Crown Princess, you've woken up. It's time for you to bathe and change your clothes. These palace maids were brought over by Du Guxiu from later Qin. They all knew some martial arts. They were ordered to take care of Yunxing. Who's your crown prince consort? Yunxing was furious at the mention of this. Crown Princess, have you forgotten? You are the late emperor's orphan that the left premier found among the commoners. Not long ago, you returned to the eastern capital and fell in love with the crown prince at first sight. Because Dong Huangling's body was unwell, she volunteered to marry into later Qin in place of the eldest princess. The entire eastern capital already knows about this. What kind of lousy identity and reason was this? She even fell in love with Du Guxiu at first sight. Only a ghost would fall in love with that bastard at first sight. Yunxing was depressed by the weird excuse that Du Guxiu came up with. However, other than being depressed, she had no other choice. The head palace maid had served Yunxing for a few days and knew the temper of this second princess. Facing Yunxing's anger, she didn't even frown and ordered the maids to dress Yunsheng. These palace maids were all carefully selected by Wuxia. Although they were palace maids, they were proficient in martial arts since they were young. They didn't know Yunsheng's true identity, but they could see that the crown prince was very attentive to this yet-to-be-married crown princess. Even Madame Qi Bai, who was favored by the crown prince, didn't receive such favor from him. Yunsheng had just learned from the palace maids that when Wuxia went to Taiyuan Mountain, something happened in later Qin's imperial court. The princes who didn't get along with Wuxia heard some groundless rumors. They had already spread rumors in later Qin that the eastern capital's princess, Dong Huangling, didn't get sick. Instead, she eloped with a wild man. This news spread like wildfire. Now, everyone in later Qin knew that Wuxia had been cuckolded before he even got married. In order to calm the public opinion in later Qin and to be able to marry the beauty logically, Wuxia put in a lot of effort. In the name of left prime minister, he ordered 2 women to pretend to be Empress Dowager Situ and Dong Huangling. He said that he had found the orphan of the late emperor, who was the current Dong Huangsheng. He even held an ancestral recognition ceremony as if this was a serious matter. For the sake of Ling's safety, Yunsheng had no choice but to change her surname to Dong Huang. Now, her new identity was Dong Huangsheng, the newly found princess of the eastern capital. Why are you guys so anxious? Don't forget that the little wild cat is a time bomb, and the night fox is an atomic bomb. Later Qin, ha ha ha. Chapter 849. Crown Prince Consort. The Crown Prince will set off for later Qin at noon. Crown Prince Consort, please dress up and don't forget etiquette. After saying that, the palace maids brought in a red palace dress and several boxes of rare treasures. The palace dress was woven with the feathers of a fire swan from the north. It was light and elegant, and the color was like fire. Among the rare treasures, there were all kinds of pearl jewelry, pearl hairpins, and accessories. Each of them was priceless. These were all personally selected by Wuxia in the past 2 days. As a martial artist, when had he ever done such a thing? What surprised Wuxia was that Yunsheng didn't have a good impression of him, but Yunsheng accepted all the things he gave her. As for the 3 meals, Yunsheng also ate and drank well. Other than showing a sour face when she saw him, everything else couldn't be more normal. In that situation, she didn't have the slightest awareness of being a hostage. Wuxia didn't understand Yunsheng's temper. She would make things difficult for anyone, but she wouldn't make things difficult for money and her own body. These pearls and treasures were all money. She was coerced, so it was only right for her to ask for some money as compensation. She didn't have a summoning ring now, and the magic power in her body was being controlled by the strange yearning in dreams. It was getting weaker and weaker. After a while, she might not even be able to use magic power. In such a state, Yunsheng could only rely on the trace of internal energy from the jade marrow skill in her body. She had to conserve her strength and find the right time to undo the yearning in dreams before escaping. Seeing that Yunsheng didn't say anything, the palace maids took turns to do it. With exquisite makeup, the young girl's black hair was combed into a high bun. These palace maids were very skillful. When they saw that Yunsheng's hair was extraordinarily large, they carefully divided her hair into several strands and braided them into small braids. Then, they decorated the small braids with roses made of accumulated gems. Paired with the fire swan dress, Yunsheng's lips were blazing red and she was indescribably beautiful. The Crown Prince Consort is really suited for the Empress. She will definitely like it when she sees you. The palace maids finished dressing Yunsheng and couldn't help but sigh emotionally. They were all palace maids trained in the later Qin imperial palace. Later Qin emperors all liked to enrich their harem. Later Qin was also a great country. Every year, as many beautiful women entered the palace, there were as many as the clouds in the sky. However, there really wasn't a single one that could compare to this Crown Prince Consort in front of him. Even the palace maids were stunned by Yun Sheng's beauty. They sighed with emotion that it was no wonder the crown prince liked this future crown princess so much. Yun Sheng shook her head impatiently. She had been born in the countryside since she was a child. When she grew up, she often appeared as a hunter. She had never dressed up so grandly like today. When Du Guxiu entered, he just happened to see this scene. He couldn't help but hold his breath. Most of the Yun Sheng that Du Guxiu had seen wore a magician's robe, which made her look natural. However, today's Yun Sheng revealed a different kind of charm. Following Yun Sheng's movements, the red dress on her body rippled with ripples. Her narrow waist was so small that it could be held with one hand, and her figure was graceful and graceful. Her already extremely beautiful face was picturesque, and her pair of black eyes were as resplendent as the stars. Madame Qi Bai, who was following behind Du Guxiu, felt even more jealous when she saw this. She sneaked a peek at Du Guxiu and saw that his gaze was slightly sluggish. His eyes stopped on Yun Sheng's body, unable to move away for a long time. This was crazy. The crown prince had really fallen in love with this woman. Perhaps Du Guxiu himself hadn't realized it, but Madame Qi Bai had already understood when he suggested using heart blood to nurture the soul-yearning and dreaming snail with the sole purpose of restraining Yun Sheng. The soul-yearning and dreaming snail was an extremely special soul snake. For many years, no one in the Ba Serpent clan had been able to successfully nurture it. After all, the soul-yearning and dreaming snail needed the heart blood of the person who nurtured it to grow. The heart blood was the blood from the most dangerous part of the human body. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause the heart to explode and die. However, Du Guxiu relied on his tyrannical constitution and inhuman willpower to persist in taking blood once a day. After a total of 49 days, he finally succeeded in hatching the soul-yearning and dreaming snail. The moment he gave the snake away, it was equivalent to giving away his own heart. Madame Qi Bai's heart was bleeding. She had always thought that Du Guxiu was a heartless person. However, she didn't know that he wasn't heartless. It was just that he had never found someone to entrust his heart to. The funny thing was that Yun Sheng didn't care about Du Guxiu's special favor at all. However, Yun Sheng, don't think that you can be unbridled and fearless just because Du Guxiu dotes on you. When we reach the later Qin dynasty, this madam will naturally let you see that the imperial harem of the later Qin dynasty isn't a place where just anyone can stay. Upon seeing Du Guxiu, Yun Sheng's expression became gloomy. You don't have to glare at me like that. You want to look for Dong Huangling, right? I've already brought her to you. Upon seeing Yun Sheng's expression that seemed as if she wanted to eat him up, Du Guxiu's heart started beating faster. Behind him was Dong Huangling, Yun Sheng. Upon seeing Yun Sheng, Ling felt guilty and sad. She hugged Yun Sheng, and her eyes turned red. It was all her fault. She had dragged Yun Sheng down. Dong Huangling's martial skill had already been undone. She planned to disguise herself as a palace maid and follow Yun Sheng to the later Qin dynasty. Firstly, the two of them could take care of each other. Secondly, this time, Yun Sheng was pretending to be the princess of the imperial capital. Since young, Yun Sheng had always been undisciplined. Thus, Dong Huangling was afraid that she would expose herself in front of the emperor of the later Qin dynasty. Thus, she decided to accompany Yun Sheng. I don't need any palace maid. Du Guxiu, I won't be able to run away anyways. Let go of Ling. Yun Sheng winked at Dong Huangling. This stubborn girl, how can she not understand what I mean? This time, Yun Sheng came out in a hurry. Thus, she didn't even have the time to tell anyone that she had arrived at the eastern capital. Du Guxiu was also very cautious. Not only did he leave the soul-binding technique on Yun Sheng's body, he even used his qi to temporarily seal Yun Sheng's magic. The current Yun Sheng, firstly, didn't know magic. Secondly, she didn't have a summoning ring. If she wanted to escape from the heavily guarded army of the later Qin dynasty, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Dong Huangling was able to escape and find Gu Feng, she would be able to spread the news that she was being controlled by Dugu Xiu. However, no matter what, Dong Huangling wasn't willing to leave Yunxing alone. Sheng, I advise you to stop scheming. This crown prince won't let her go. Before you and I get married, she will follow you to the later Qin dynasty. Dugu Xiu destroyed Yunsheng's last hope. Don't call me Sheng, Seeing that Dugu Xiu was pretending to be intimate with her, Yunsheng had goosebumps all over her body. She wanted to give Dugu Xiu a slap. However, when she thought of the effect of the soul-binding technique, Yunsheng could only endure it. Don't count on Yi Baiming. This crown prince heard that his current situation isn't much better than yours. Dugu Xiu laughed heartily. Hearing that, Yunsheng's heart thumped. Dugu Xiu said that Yi Baiming's current situation isn't good. Didn't he go to attend senior marshal brother Chang's wedding? How could he, or could it be that Yi Baiming encountered something in Zhou state? Remember, from today onwards, you are this crown prince's fiancé. In your heart, you can only think of this crown prince. Dugu Xiu was extremely domineering. He grabbed Yunsheng, who was already dressed up, by the waist, and carried her. Then, he strode towards the carriage of the later Qin dynasty. The carriage rumbled. After several months, the wedding procession of the later Qin dynasty was once again heading towards the later Qin dynasty. Chapter 850. After several twists and turns, the marriage between later Qin and the eastern capital was finally settled. The happiest people were the people of the eastern capital and the minister of the left. From this marriage, the people of the eastern capital saw the hope of the eastern capital rising again. As for the minister of the left, it was because he had climbed up the big tree of later Qin. The bridal welcoming ceremony was very lively. The iron-blood crown prince obviously doted on his future crown princess. When he came out of the palace, he strode over with the crown princess in his arms. The people of the eastern capital cheered thunderously. But they didn't know that when Dugu Xiu got on the carriage, his body couldn't help but tremble. Just now, Yunsheng fiercely bit him. But he didn't feel any pain. Dugu Xiu lowered his voice, using a voice that only Yunsheng and himself could hear. Bite gently, if it hurts, this crown prince will feel distressed. Yunsheng was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. This damn dream. She must find a way to undo it. After Dugu Xiu carried Yunsheng onto the carriage, he was kicked down by Yunsheng just as he was about to get on the carriage. Dugu Xiu laughed heartily as he stepped onto his chariot. Behind the carriage, Madame Qi Bai's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. Make way, make way. Later Qin's wedding procession galloped past. A person pushed the onlookers and squeezed forward. Boy, are you blind? You stepped on this uncle. The passerby was about to get angry, but when he saw the magician's robe, he immediately calmed down. Gufeng exuded a light barrier around his body. Those who were originally blocking in front of him were bounced back as soon as they touched the barrier. Ling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mistakenly thought that you were a greedy woman. Gu Feng chased after the procession while circulating the light sphere. After leaving the eastern capital's imperial palace that day, Gu Feng was completely disheartened. He gave up on himself and didn't even treat his wounds. He fainted on the streets of the eastern capital. On the unfamiliar street, Gu Feng was muddle-headed and almost froze to death. Just when he was on the verge of death, he suddenly recalled the words that Dong Huanglinger said in the prison. Gu Feng, you must become a great light magician. Her shoulders slumped and she trembled slightly. She was crying. In the darkness, Gu Feng opened his eyes. He suddenly realized that he had misunderstood Ling. Once, for the only time in his life, Gu Feng and Dong Huanglinger got drunk in a tavern. At that time, Dong Huangling cried until she was a mess. She kept repeating the same sentence, Gufeng, if possible, I really don't want to be in the imperial clan. How could the Donghuang Linger that he knew be someone who despised the poor and loved the rich? After understanding everything, Gufeng miraculously pulled through. However, at that time, he received news that Duga Xiu was going to pick up the princess and head to Later Qin to complete the marriage. Gufeng desperately chased after Donghuang Linger. The wedding procession in Later Qin was very long. There were tens of carriages in total. Other than the first carriage that the crown prince was in, the second carriage was the crown princess's carriage. The carriages were covered with curtains, and the people inside could be seen clearly. Ling-er. Gufeng rushed forward with all his might, trying to attract the attention of the people inside the carriages. At this time, he noticed that there was a familiar figure in the procession. In order to accompany Yunsheng, Donghuang Ling didn't hesitate to lower herself. She dressed up as Yunsheng's personal palace maid and mixed in with the wedding procession. Both sides of the street were bustling with activity. Donghuang Ling faintly heard a voice. She turned her head and glanced over, only to see Gufeng. Gufeng also saw Donghuang Ling. However, her dressing made Gufeng very confused. Isn't Ling going to marry Duga Xiu? Why is she dressing up like this? Donghuang Ling, who was in the procession, quickly mouthed the words and deliberately slowed down her footsteps. After living together with Donghuang Ling for several months, Gufeng's tacit understanding with her had improved by quite a bit. Donghuang Ling winked at Donghuang Ling, then waved her hand at the phoenix carriage and mouthed the words Yunsheng, Yujing, and Biming Lord. Gufeng was even more confused. What's going on? Why did Ling and Yunsheng exchange identities? No. Duga Xiu is going to marry Yunsheng. Gufeng immediately remembered. Several years ago, Duga Xiu had proposed to Yunsheng. At that time, it was Biming Lord who snatched the initiative and became Yunsheng's fiancé. Yunsheng doesn't like Duga Xiu. She must have been forced to marry Duga Xiu. I must tell Biming Lord about this. Gufeng shivered. Seeing that Gufeng understood, Donghuang Ling had no choice but to catch up with the procession after being urged by the female official beside her. Gufeng thought for a bit. With his lousy magic, it was useless for him to catch up with the procession. Right now, the most important thing was to contact Biming Lord as soon as possible. He was Yunsheng's fiancé. Yi Biming definitely didn't know that Yunsheng was being forced to marry Yunsheng. Gufeng looked at the procession that was leaving and gritted his teeth. Then, he rushed towards the direction of Zhou State's Yujing City. Almost at the same time, in Yujing City, Yi Bei, Cheng Bai, and Bufang were sitting in the tavern where the three of them often drank. Bai, you really don't look like someone who is going to be a groom with that frown on your face, Yi Biming teased. Cheng Bai, this brat, could be said to be the most unpredictable among the three of them. He boasted that he was a playboy and had many female friends. Who would have thought that Cheng Bai was the first to get married? Don't say any more, I have no choice but to do this. It's hard to disobey a father's order. You two, don't just laugh at me. Who knows when you two will be forced to get married as well. Although Cheng Bai was a playboy, he was very filial to his parents and elders. No one can force me to do something that I don't want to do. Bai, you better think carefully. This is an important matter in life, it's not a game. Yi Biming didn't agree with Cheng Bai's point of view. He thought that this important matter of marriage shouldn't be a game. I think that Biming is more than happy to be forced to get married. Oh right, why didn't Yunsheng come back? Bu Jiuxiao felt strange. Why didn't Yunsheng come back with them? She has some private matters to attend to. She said that she might not be able to make it in time for Cheng Bai's wedding. As for the congratulatory gift, she said that you can just go to Little Xiantong and pick one. Just when Yi Biming's voice fell, Cheng Bai became very excited. Little Xiantong could casually pick one. Only Yun Sheng could say such domineering words. Let me think, do you think that little Xiantong will have that kind of pill? My old man has been wanting to hold a grandson for a long time, or something like that. Cheng Bai was beaming with joy as he spoke. Yi and Bu Jiuxiao were speechless. This brat was just not serious. Let's talk about serious matters. Are you really not planning to go to Wu Profound Limitless School to participate in the competition? With your current cultivation, if you are willing to go, the position of the curator of Wu Profound Limitless School will be yours. What Bu Jiuxiao was talking about was precisely the matter that had caused a ruckus in Wu Profound Limitless School recently. Chapter 851. Qi Tian had been the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall for many years. For many years, the position of the curator of Limitless Hall had been undecided. To put it bluntly, it was just that the emperor of Zhou State was unwilling to let Wushuan Limitless Hall fall into the hands of outsiders. For many years, he had been secretly controlling the dojo. Because of this, Qi Tian had been dissatisfied for a long time. However, with the Yun residents around, Qi Tian remembered Yun Ba's kindness in nurturing him and did not leave Wushuan Limitless Hall. After the Yun residents moved out of Jade Capital and Yun Sanglang became a hunter, Qi Tian already had the intention to retreat. Yun Sanglang had also invited Qi Tian many times to join the sky attack. This time, Yun Sheng had obtained Taiyuan City as a stronghold, so Yun Sanglang sincerely invited Qi Tian to go. Qi Tian simply resigned from the position of the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall. This way, the position of the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall was empty. The emperor of Zhou State announced to the world that the position of the deputy curator would be open to the public. As long as one could obtain first place in the dojo competition, regardless of their background, they would be able to become the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall. When this news came out, the entire Zhou State was in an uproar. Wushuan Limitless Hall was the #1 dojo in Zhou State. In the entire continent, only the later Qin's Big Dipper dojo could compare to Limitless Hall. To be able to become the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall, it was truly a matter of the ancestors' graves. In an instant, the people who went to Wushuan Limitless Hall to participate in the competition were about to step on the threshold of the dojo. Cheng Enbu had both thought that Yi Baiming would participate in the competition when he returned to Jade Capital. Who knew that Yi Baiming was not interested at all? Both of them understood that Yi Baiming did not participate in the competition because he disdained to work for the emperor of Zhou State. Jiuxiao, you can try. The deputy curator had planned to pass the curator position to you in the early years. Yi Baiming encouraged Bu Jiuxiao to participate in the competition. Among the three of them, Yi Baiming was undoubtedly the most talented, but Bu Jiuxiao was the most hardworking one. Now, Bu Jiuxiao was also a martial saint. Such a young martial saint was rare in Zhou State. If Bu Jiuxiao participated in the competition, he believed that there were not many people in Zhou State who could be his match. As he spoke, a young man dressed as a martial artist ran in. He looked around nervously. When he saw Yi Baiming and the others, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lei Hu, you, how did you become like this? Speaking of which, the warrior who came was an acquaintance of Yi Baiming. He was Lei Hu, who had gotten to know Yun Sheng after a fight in Banana Leaf Village. Ever since Lei Hu joined the Wu Profound Limitless School, especially after meeting Yun Sheng, his physique had been modified by Yun Sheng's beast blood pill. He was now a martial arts great master level expert. However, when the three of them saw Lei Hu's appearance, they were slightly shocked. Lei Hu's face was bruised and swollen, and even a few of his front teeth had been knocked out. Who was it that dared to be so heavy-handed to the people of the Wu Profound Limitless School in Jade Capital? When the three of them saw this, especially Bu Jiuxiao, they stood up with a "teng" sound. Senior brothers, it's good that you're here. Someone came to the Wu Profound Limitless School to cause trouble, saying that they're here to participate in the competition for the position of deputy curator. Lei Hu's face was full of shame. He roughly explained what had happened in the martial arts hall more than an hour ago. It turned out that ever since deputy curator Qi Tian had left, the Wu Profound Limitless School had publicly recruited a deputy curator. As the recruitment this time was open and fair to the outside world, there were no restrictions. There was an endless stream of people who came to participate in the competition. Among them, there were experts with extraordinary strength, but most of them were mediocre people who passed off as fish eyes. Bu Jiuxiao and the other disciples of the inner hall had set the rules. Only after defeating the inner hall disciples would they be qualified to enter the final competition for the position of deputy curator. As a result, nearly 80% of the people were blocked. Today, it was Lei Hu and another inner hall disciple's turn to be on duty. Just in the morning, the two of them had forced back 50 to 60 people who had come to compete. But in the afternoon, a female martial warrior came. She only brought one companion with her, but she managed to repel many martial artists from the outer martial hall. That was not all. That female martial warriors even insulted them, saying that the number 1 martial arts hall in Zhou State was filled with a bunch of good-for-nothings. When Lei Hu and the rest heard this, how could they let it go? And then, you lost. At first, Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao thought it was just an ordinary challenge. However, when they saw Lei Hu's expression, their expressions turned serious. Lei Hu is useless. Not only did he lose, he lost within 3 moves. Lei Hu was ashamed and lowered his head. Within 3 moves. Even Yi Baiming had a look of surprise. Lei Hu was currently ranked 30th among the 50 disciples of the inner hall. In terms of strength, he could be considered an expert of the martial arts hall. That female martial warrior was able to injure Lei Hu in 3 moves. It was obvious that her strength had long surpassed Lei Hu, who was a martial arts grandmaster. Lei Hu, which country is that female martial warrior from? What battle technique is she using? Bu Jiuxiao was most suspicious that this female martial warrior was from later Qin's Big Dipper martial arts hall. Just like the relationship between Zhou State and later Qin, as the number 1 martial arts hall in Zhou State, Wuxuan Wuji martial arts hall and later Qin's Big Dipper martial arts hall had been like fire and water for many years. Between the 2 martial arts halls, there were often private fights between disciples. That female martial warrior did not look like someone from the 5 nations. Her battle technique was also very powerful. I remember that her battle chi was also unique. It was black like flames, but I could not tell what battle technique it was. Lei Hu only knew that much. Although the other party had said that she would defeat him within 3 moves, she had actually only used 2. Battle chi that was like black flames. On the mainland, there were many types of battle chi. The darker the color of the battle chi, the stronger the opponent's strength. Even Qi Tian, Yunba He, and the others could only have golden battle chi. However, the female martial warrior that Lei Hu spoke of was able to use black battle chi. That proved that her strength was not to be underestimated. Lei Hu, is that female warrior a short-haired girl with a tall figure, pretty face, and likes to wear black clothes? Yi Baiming, who had been listening quietly from the side without saying anything, suddenly opened his mouth. Yes, it's short hair. She's wearing a martial warrior's uniform made of beast skin. She looks very beautiful. Lei Hu scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, he still had some things that he was hiding from Yi Baiming and the others. When that female martial warrior appeared at Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall, a few outer sect disciples recklessly went to take liberties with her. Who would have thought that their legs would be crippled by that woman on the spot? A few inner sect disciples couldn't stand it anymore, so a conflict broke out. In the end, it turned into the female martial warrior mocking Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall for having no one. It seems that I already know her identity. Let's go and take a look at Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall. Yi Baiming's face was covered with a layer of shadow. He Linlin, the young matriarch of the Bakra Orcs Black Qilin King clan. Why would she suddenly appear in Jade Capital? Those who came did not come with good intentions. He still wanted to meet that woman. Chapter 852. Inside the Wuxia Limitless Martial School, a group of outer and inner sect disciples retreated as they looked at He Linlin and her companions in horror. This woman looked as beautiful as a flower, but her attacks were very vicious. Just now, many of her senior brothers and sisters had already been injured by her. None of them could withstand a single move. He Linlin was bored as she sized up the Wuxia Limitless Martial School. The #1 martial arts school in Zhou State was only a so-so. It was hard to imagine that a genius like him would actually learn martial arts in such a shabby martial arts school. After parting ways with Yi Baiming in the Dutian Blood Beast world, He Linlin returned to the Bakra Orcs. However, she could not forget Yi Baiming. Coincidentally, the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, who was also He Linlin's father, had come to the Boundless Land for an important matter. He Linlin specially asked her father to let her come to the Boundless Land on his behalf. However, she did not expect that the matter her father wanted her to do. Thinking of this, the corners of He Linlin's mouth curled into a charming smile. Yi Baiming, the two of us are indeed destined to be together. This time, don't even think about escaping from my grasp. Are you the one who injured the people from the martial arts school? Just as He Linlin was thinking, Bu Jiuxiao led Lei Hu and the others over aggressively. He Linlin glanced at Bu Jiuxiao and realized that his battle energy was indeed much stronger than the others. However, He Linlin's heroic and somewhat beautiful eyes could not help but light up. She saw Yi Baiming behind Bu Jiuxiao. After not seeing him for a few months, he seemed to have lost weight. However, he had also become stronger. He Linlin's gaze shifted to Yi Baiming and she could not help but be stunned. That was the divine battle halberd. She did not expect Yi Baiming to have successfully merged with the divine battle halberd. It seemed that what her father said was true. Yi Baiming was indeed from the Qilin clan. He Linlin's unscrupulous gaze made Yi Baiming a little unhappy. This woman was a little too bold. At the same time, He Linlin also noticed that the disciples she had injured earlier had brought a few people back. May I ask, miss, why have you come to Wu Profound Limitless School today? After Bu Jiuxiao saw He Linlin's appearance, he only felt that this woman was weak and slender. Apart from her sharp eyes, she looked even weaker than the female warriors of the dojo. Wuxia Limitless Hall is recruiting deputy curators. I'm naturally here for the position of deputy curator. He Linlin brushed her hair, and her beautiful eyes seemed to fall on Yi Baiming's body. The latter was completely indifferent to her goodwill, which made the proud and arrogant He Linlin very dissatisfied. Miss, those who participate in the competition must have official proof of identity. If you want to participate, you must follow the procedures of the dojo. Bu Jiuxiao was still considered polite. Humph, what procedures? It's just a tattered dojo. I'm willing to be the deputy curator. You should be grateful. Besides, none of you can defeat me. He Linlin was extremely arrogant. Seeing that Yi Baiming was ignoring her, she vented her anger on the dojo. He Linlin's words made the disciples of Wuxia Limitless School extremely angry. They all surrounded him. All of you, step down. Let me spar with this lady. How could Bu Jiuxiao not be angry? It was just that as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect, he needed to shoulder the responsibility of guarding the dojo. Miss, if you want to be the deputy curator, you still need to pass through me. Bu Jiuxiao took a step forward. Compared to those unrated martial warriors, you can still barely fight with me. As He Linlin spoke, his feet had already moved. It had to be said that He Linlin was a rather charming woman. She might not be as agile as Yun Sheng, nor was she as seductive as Hu Linglong, but her every move emitted a different kind of feeling. He Linlin walked neither fast nor slow, like a female leopard waiting for its prey to relax. She only walked beside Bu Jiuxiao. Bu Jiuxiao did not dare to be careless. Dou Qi spread out and protected his body. Even though it was a duel, Bu Jiuxiao was worried that He Linlin was a woman. If he made the first move, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he waited for He Linlin to make the first move before making the first move. Suddenly, He Linlin stood still. Her hands moved to her abdomen and her feet stepped on the ground. She suddenly jumped more than a foot higher. Her cherry blossom-like red lips suddenly spat out a breath. It was a breath of black Dou Qi that blew towards Bu Jiuxiao. That breath of Dou Qi seemed calm, but in midair, it suddenly turned into an arrow. That arrow was fast and swift, and it shot towards Bu Jiuxiao's throat in an instant. Bu Jiuxiao had never seen anyone use Dou Qi like this. His heart trembled. He did not dare to be careless. His feet moved and he dodged that Dou Qi arrow. Who would have thought that He Linlin, who had stopped in midair, would not give up so easily? She spat out mouthfuls of Dou Qi like rain. In a breath, hundreds of Dou Qi arrows shot towards Bu Jiuxiao like a storm. Those Dou Qi arrows were incomparably powerful. They instantly pierced through Bu Jiuxiao's Dou Qi wall. Bu Jiuxiao only felt the blood in his body roiling. For a moment, he actually had no strength to resist. He Linlin's face revealed a pleased expression. Who would have thought that at this moment, a figure flashed in front of Bu Jiuxiao like the wind? Yi Baiming waved his arm and swung his palm. A wave of Dou Qi that could topple mountains and overturn seas attacked those Dou Qi arrows. Those Dou Qi arrows suddenly changed direction and attacked He Linlin. This change came too quickly. It was completed in just a breath's time. He Linlin did not have time to react. Even though she tried her best to dodge, those hundreds of Dou Qi arrows were already very close. The closest one was already less than an inch away from her forehead. A chill rose from the bottom of her feet to the top of her head. In He Linlin's moment of danger, those hundreds of Dou Qi arrows actually exploded in front of her. The remaining power of the Dou Qi arrow brushed past He Linlin's cheek. She let out a muffled groan and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of her eye. He Linlin, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Scram! Yi Baiming's counterattack was very humiliating to He Linlin. He Linlin was too arrogant. If he did not kill her prestige, Wuxuan Limitless Martial School's reputation would fall to the ground this time. Even though he was not willing to be the deputy head of Wuxuan Limitless Martial School, Yi Baiming was even more unwilling to see his good friend Bu Jiuxiao get injured. He Linlin and Yi Baiming had fought a total of 3 times. The first 2 times were in the Blood Beast world. At that time, she and Yi Baiming had only met for the first time. The two of them had fought to a draw both times. But this time, even if He Linlin was unwilling to admit it, she had lost. Moreover, she had lost very thoroughly. Could it be that in just a few short months, Yi Baiming's strength had improved again? This kind of improvement speed was too terrifying. He Linlin could not help but be shocked. Chapter 853. Before coming to the Boundless Land, He Linlin had always been the most outstanding young genius among the Bakra orcs. Last time, she fought Yi Baiming to a draw. This was also the reason why He Linlin looked at Yi Baiming in a different light. He Linlin originally thought that when she met Yi Baiming again, she would beat him. Who would have thought that she would lose to him instead? He Linlin couldn't help but feel fearful at such an astonishing speed of improvement. But what made He Linlin most angry was that Yi Baiming didn't take her seriously. Last time, all his attention was attracted by that woman called Yunsheng. And this time, he only cared about his friend. Yi Baiming, you actually dared to hurt me. Last time, you humiliated me. This time, you hurt me even more. Just wait and see, you will regret it. Even though it was just a false alarm, He Linlin had never lost in front of anyone since she was young. She left with her companions hatefully. Yi Baiming and Cheng Bai sent Bu Jiuxiao to the little Xiantong. After a check, Dr. Fan discovered that Bu Jiuxiao's internal organs had been injured. What a tyrannical battle Qi. Jiuxiao, who did you fight with? Dr. Fan had never seen Bu Jiuxiao suffer such a big loss. I'm not sure either. That woman's battle Qi is very powerful. If Baiming wasn't here today, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as an injury. After today's battle, Bu Jiuxiao realized that there was always someone better than him. He Linlin's battle Qi was very special. Not only could she freely control her battle Qi, but she could also turn it into any kind of offensive weapon. This was completely different from the martial arts training that Bu Jiuxiao had received in the past. It was because of this that he lost the battle with He Linlin as soon as he entered the arena. Bu Jiuxiao's dejection fell into Yi Baiming's eyes. Jiuxiao, don't take it to heart. That woman is not someone you can deal with right now. She is a descendant of the Bakra orcs. Her Do Qi cultivation method is different from ours. Yi Baiming had fought with the Bakra orcs before, so he had some understanding of their magic and battle techniques. Baiming, you said that she's from the Bakra orcs. She dared to barge into the Jade capital. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by other forces? The deterrence of the Bakra orcs was really not small. Bu Jiuxiao and the rest also did not expect that He Linlin was actually a descendant of the beasts. It was just that just by looking at it from the outside, one really couldn't tell why. After the previous divine artifact search mission, the strength of the few major factions was more or less affected. In the short term, no one has the energy to ask about one or two descendants of the Bakra orcs. What Yi Baiming said was the predicament that the few major factions of the continent were facing. For the few major factions, they did not find the divine artifact during the trip to Taiyuan Mountain, but many of their elites had died. The Zhao state had lost its main representative, and the other major factions had also suffered considerable losses. Even Xia Wenxiu of the Dharma Temple was inexplicably injured. He Linlin probably knew about it, so she took advantage of this juncture to sneak into the boundless land. However, what Yi Baiming was truly worried about was not what He Linlin wanted to do to the Wushuan Limitless Hall. What he was worried about was why He Linlin had come to the Jade capital. A person like He Linlin obviously would not be interested in the dojo. She was only here to cause trouble. However, the Bakra clan had brazenly come to the capital of Zhou state. Things were probably not that simple. In the palace of Zhou state, the emperor of Zhou state had just finished his morning court session. The imperial study was resplendent. This was also the favorite place of the emperor of Zhou state. The imperial study had also witnessed his painstaking efforts over the years. From an unsuccessful crown prince, he had become an emperor above everyone. However, today, there was a person sitting on the dragon throne in the imperial study. How dare you? Who dares to barge into the imperial study? Sitting on the dragon throne was a beautiful woman. She had short hair and a pair of eyes that glowed with a divine radiance. When she saw the Yi Di of Zhou state, she did not panic. She only curled her lips and her eyebrows were filled with disdain. Yi Qingtian, how dare you speak to this saintess in such a tone? As the young girl spoke, a token appeared in her hand. That token was made of black gold, and there was a lifelike qilin on it. Although the qilin was carved, it seemed to have a mysterious power that made one's knees go soft. When the Yi Qingtian of Zhou state saw the token, his anger was replaced by fear. He immediately closed the door and knelt down respectfully. I didn't know that the saintess had arrived. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Who would have thought that the emperor of Zhou state had already colluded with the Bakra clan's Black Qilin tribe? Humph, you ought to know why I've come here today, right? He Linlin snorted coldly at the sight of the human emperor bowing to her. The saintess suddenly came. Could it be because? Yi Qingtian probed. It's time to return what you took from the Black Chelan tribe. Let me ask you, is ye biming the baby from back then? He Linlin suddenly changed the topic. When Yi Qingtian heard this, hatred flashed across his eyes. However, his face was still respectful. It's him. It's really him. He Linlin smiled when she heard this. Then, he's my half-brother. No wonder he's so strong. I was wondering how the human race could have such a brave warrior. When he heard the words half-brother, Yi Qingtian's heart churned with hatred. It's been hard on you. In order to protect the throne of Zhou state, you're even willing to give up your own woman. He Linlin looked at the Yi Emperor of Zhou state with contempt. He Linlin only recently found out that she actually had an elder brother on the boundless continent. When she met Yi Biming in the Dutian blood beast world, especially when Yi Biming was able to enter the Chelan tomb, she already had doubts in her heart. When she returned to the Black Chelan tribe to ask around, she indeed found out a huge secret from her father. This secret was related to a scandal between the royal family of Zhou state and the Bakra clan. Back then, the emperor of Zhou state, Yi Qingtian, was only a prince. He schemed to marry the daughter of the richest merchant in Zhou state, Empress. However, due to his limited talent, it was still difficult for him to gain the trust of the previous emperor of Zhou state. One day, Yi Qingtian went out to hunt but was unexpectedly attacked. When he was on the verge of death, he was saved by a mysterious man. That man was tall and burly. When he killed his enemies, he was like the wind and lightning. He was like the king of eagles in the dark night. His aura was overbearing and he emitted an unparalleled strength. Even Yi Qingtian, who was also a man, couldn't help but submit to him. Yi Qingtian only found out after the incident that the man's true identity was actually the young master of the Bakra clan that had long disappeared from the continent. He was also He Linlin's father, the young master of the Black Chelan royal family, He Yao. On Saturday, Dan Xiufu looked at the girls with tears in her eyes. Girls, old and new, remember to scatter your monthly votes and rush to the top of the rankings. Chapter 854. He Linlin's appearance caused Yi Qingtian to be immersed in memories from more than a decade ago. Yi Qingtian and He Yao were originally completely unrelated. At that time, Yi Qingtian was just a weak prince. He had a beautiful wife but no power behind him that could support his rise. He Yao was the opposite. He was young and arrogant. Behind him was a high-class beast tribe. At that time, he was already a peak martial emperor. When he learned of He Yao's identity, Yi Qingtian was shocked. However, he quickly realized that this was a great opportunity for him. He immediately suggested that he would work with He Yao. He would be the spy of the Black Chelan tribe in the boundless continent while the powerful Black Chelan tribe would help Yi Qingtian ascend to the throne. Yi Qingtian had a good plan but he still underestimated He Yao. He Yao was very similar to He Linlin. However, compared to the current He Linlin, He Yao was undoubtedly a more far-sighted person. He had planned to save Yi Qingtian in the first place. He agreed to help Yi Qingtian obtain the throne of Zhou state but he had other conditions. Even though more than a decade had passed, Yi Qingtian still remembered He Yao's words. I can help you make your dream come true but I have a condition. I want your woman to accompany me for 3 days and 3 nights. When Yi Qingtian heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He didn't expect He Yao to covet his woman. At that time, Yi Qingtian had just married Madame Li. Madame Li's beauty was famous in Zhou state. Yi Qingtian struggled in his heart. He weighed the pros and cons and finally convinced himself that women were like clothes. Madame Li was a person who understood the big picture. She would definitely understand his difficulties. He agreed to He Yao's condition. When he returned to the Jade capital, he told Madame Li about his agreement with He Yao. Yi Qingtian knelt in front of a woman for the first time and cried bitterly. He told Madame Li about his depression over the years. At that time, Madame Li was only 16 years old. After hearing everything, her beautiful face didn't have any expression. She only changed into a plain dress. Facing the cold wind, she boarded He Yao's carriage and left for 3 days and 3 nights. To Yi Qingtian, those 3 days and 3 nights were the most humiliating 3 days and 3 nights. However, at the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation because he knew that he was one step closer to the throne that he longed for. However, what Yi Qingtian didn't expect was that after Madame Li returned, she became pregnant. Needless to say, Yi Qingtian knew that it was He Yao's flesh and blood. Yi Qingtian hated this to the bone. He wanted to kill Madame Li and the bastard in her womb with his own hands. However, Yi Qingtian didn't dare to do so because he knew that the bastard was left behind by He Yao. It would be the most advantageous chess piece for the Black Qilin race to attack the boundless world. Madame Li's belly grew bigger day by day. With the help of the Black Qilin clan, Yi Qingtian reached the peak of power day by day. 9 months later, he was crowned as the crown prince and eventually inherited the throne. At that time, He Yao had no choice but to leave the boundless continent and return to the 8 Desolates continent because he wanted to inherit the position of patriarch of the Black Qilin clan. When He Yao left, he did not leave behind a single word. Madame Li also became Empress Li, but the child in her womb became blind the moment he was born. Finally, Empress Li was banished to the Cold Palace and died in the Cold Palace. However, Yi Baiming survived like wild grass and even his eyes regained their sight. Yi Baiming's existence was a humiliation to Yi Qingtian. More than 10 years ago, the matter of him swapping his wife for glory was a constant reminder to him. However, Yi Qingtian didn't dare to kill Yi Baiming because he knew that one day, He Yao would return to find his flesh and blood. Yi Qingtian sank into his memories and couldn't pull himself out. At the side, He Linlin was sizing up the human emperor. It was undeniable that Yi Qingtian had a good appearance. Although he was middle-aged, one could still see his youthful appearance. His eyebrows were long like willows and his figure was like a jade tree. It was no wonder that Empress Li of Zhou State was infatuated with him for decades. However, if this man could even betray his wife, could he still be considered a man? He didn't have the right to be compared to her father. When He Linlin was young, she had seen her father, He Yao, looking into the distance with a gentle gaze. Her father didn't love her mother. It was said that when he traveled to the human world, he fell in love with a married woman. That woman was Madame Li. Until this time, when she returned to the 8 Desolate tribe and told her father about Yi Baiming, her father told her that Yi Baiming might be her elder brother. "Saintess, did you come here to find your elder brother? To be honest, he is currently in the Jade capital. If you want to reunite with him, I'm afraid you can only do it privately." Yi Qingtian retracted his thoughts. Facing the Black Qilin clan that had once helped him, Yi Di was both respectful and fearful. His cooperation with the Black Qilin clan was a secret that couldn't be revealed. If other countries on the continent found out, Zhou State would be accused of betraying the human race. Even the citizens of Zhou State wouldn't forgive him. "No, I'm not here to reunite with him. I want you to use father's name to grant him a marriage. I want to marry him." He Linlin spoke her thoughts without hesitation. "What? How can that be? Saintess, you and Baiming are siblings." Yi Di of Zhou State couldn't help but be shocked by He Linlin's boldness. It was said that the women of the beast race were bold and open-minded. However, to the Yi Di of Zhou State, this kind of thing that was close to breaking the rules of ethics was really disgraceful and unethical. Humph, what's wrong with that? Close relatives aren't allowed to marry each other. That's just the stupid idea of you humans. In the Black Qilin clan, there has always been the custom of siblings marrying each other. Especially for the royal family, in order to maintain the nobility of their bloodline, it is customary for close relatives to marry each other. My grandfather and grandmother are cousins. He Linlin sneered. There was also such a saying among the Bakra orcs. Within the same clan, if the blood clan members married each other, there was a certain chance that they would give birth to a child with low IQ. However, there was also a small chance that they would give birth to an absolute expert with extraordinary talent. He Yao himself was born from close relatives. His strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the hundreds of Qilin clan leaders. It was said that he was only slightly inferior to the Black Qilin king of the 8 Desolate Beast Mound. He Linlin and Yi Baiming had been separated since young. The two of them didn't have any feelings for each other. Yi Baiming was the man she fell in love with at first sight. She had to become his wife. He Linlin believed that as long as she and Yi Baiming were together, their children could even become peak existences that surpassed the strongest Black Qilin king. But Saintis, Baiming already has a fiancé. I'm afraid he won't agree to your request. Yi Qingtian felt a wave of regret when he remembered that he had personally agreed to this marriage. Chapter 855. Are you talking about that woman with the surname Yun? Humph, she's not worthy of Yi Baiming. You're the emperor of Zhou state, can't you control a mere prince? Just issue an imperial edict and ask them to cancel the marriage. He Linlin didn't see the ugly expression of Zhou state's Yi Di and gave the order. In He Linlin's opinion, how could the noble bloodline of the Black Qilin king be tainted by a lowly human female magician? Only she was the most suitable wife for Yi Baiming. Yi Qingtian complained incessantly. This Black Qilin race's Saintis really didn't know the suffering of the hungry. What kind of personality did Yi Baiming have? He was like a smelly stone in a latrine, smelly and hard. Also, who was that Yun Sheng? In just a few years, she went from an orphan girl on the streets to the owner of the continent's #1 medical center, Little Xiantong, and the vice leader of the Heaven Hunting Corps. Even the emperor of Zhou state had to give in to her. Yi Qingtian, or do you plan to let the entire Zhou state know that their emperor is a person who swaps wives for glory? He Linlin threatened. Saintis, don't worry. I'll summon Baiming into the palace. As for the marriage, Qingtian knows what to do. Yi Qingtian didn't dare to offend this female fiend and could only agree. He Linlin temporarily stayed in Zhou state's palace. Saintis, if the patriarch knows about your rash decision, I'm afraid he won't be satisfied. He originally wanted you to marry Prince Dugu. The Black Qilin tribe's elder Mo Qing who accompanied He Linlin had a worried expression. What He Linlin told Yi Qingtian was only a part of the truth. One of the reasons why Patriarch He Yao sent He Linlin to the Boundless Continent was to find the son he had purposely left behind in the Boundless Continent. And that son wasn't Yi Baiming alone. In fact, with He Yao's intelligence, how could he choose only one woman to pass on his son to? Yi Qingtian was only one of the people he had chosen. There was also a noble woman from a martial arts country who was also from the royal family. She had also had a brief relationship with him and obtained his flesh and blood. He Yao did that back then because he was young and romantic. On the other hand, he wanted to prepare for the 8 Desolation tribes' counterattack on the boundless world. These heirs of the royal family would definitely rise to a high position in the future. It would be very beneficial for them to counterattack the boundless world. However, He Yao had never imagined that there would be a day when he would need to bring these descendants back to the 8 Desolates continent. Back then, when He Yao returned to the 8 Desolates continent, even though he had many children, the one with the best talent among them all was He Linlin. Although He Linlin's strength was not bad, her personality was cold and arrogant. She was not the best candidate to inherit the position of patriarch. It was at this time that Lord Shingong of the Beast God Ultra divined that a peerless expert of the Black Qilin clan would be born. Under the leadership of this expert, the Black Qilin clan would rebuild the glory of thousands of years ago. According to the Shingong's divination, this expert would appear in the direction of the boundless world. It was only then that He Yao remembered his heirs on the boundless world. He was certain that one of them would be the expert who would lead the Black Qilin clan back to the peak. After a secret discussion with the beast god altars Shingong, he decided to find this person and bring him back to the Eight Desolates continent. He would marry He Linlin and inherit the position of patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe. When He Linlin heard this news, she thought that since it was her husband, she would have to choose him personally. She would personally head to the boundless world to choose the most suitable candidate for her husband. However, He Linlin chose Yi Baiming as her future husband without the permission of Patriarch He Yao and the beast god altar Shingong. This was something that the Qilin elder did not approve of. In fact, before coming to Zhou State, He Linlin had already headed to Later Qin. Back then, young Patriarch He Yao had chosen another noblewoman from the imperial family. She was the current Empress of Later Qin, Madame Qin. Zhou State and Later Qin were both martial arts powerhouses. In terms of bloodline, they were more suitable for the Black Qilin tribe, who were martial artists. However, unlike Madame Li, who had a chaste personality, this Later Qin Empress had taken the initiative to find He Yao. The Later Qin Emperor was completely kept in the dark. Later Qin Emperor ruled the country with iron and blood. His harem of women were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. Even Madame Qin, who was already Later Qin's imperial concubine, could only wait for his favor once a month. At that time, the Later Qin Emperor already had a nameless heir. However, he had never appointed an empress. On one hand, Madame Qin could not wait for his favor. On the other hand, she urgently needed an heir to stabilize her position. She met He Yao by chance. She immediately fell for He Yao. Madame Qin was a typical Later Qin woman. She was sexy and voluptuous. At that time, she was indeed in love with He Yao for a while. Even after He Yao met Madame Li, he was still connected to Madame Qin. It was also because of Madame Qin that Du Guxiu found out his true identity from Madame Qin when he was only 3 years old. Due to He Yao's bloodline, Du Guxiu was talented since he was young. He stood out among the princes of Later Qin. Madame Qin also sat in the back seat because of her son. When Du Guxiu was 8 years old, he received the guidance of a Qilin tribe expert sent by He Yao. He began to learn the various battle techniques and cultivation methods of the Qilin tribe. Whether it was the Qilin blood crystal or Du Guxiu's extraordinary battle techniques, they were all taught by Patriarch He Yao personally. In terms of preference, Patriarch He Yao was more willing to hand over the position of Patriarch to Du Guxiu. However, after He Linlin met this elder brother of hers, she did not like him. Especially when He Linlin found out that Du Guxiu was with a woman from the Ba Serpent tribe. She was even more disdainful. Furthermore, Du Guxiu was very ambitious. He wanted to unify the entire boundless continent. He was not willing to go to an undeveloped continent like the Eight Desolates continent. He even told He Linlin directly that he would not marry her. The woman he wanted to marry was Yun Sheng. After hearing this news, He Linlin was furious. She did not expect that the 2 sons left behind by her father, He Yao, in the boundless continent would fall in love with the same woman. What was so good about Yun Sheng? In terms of appearance and status, she was not inferior to Yun Sheng. However, He Linlin quickly understood. This was also good. Du Guxiu wanted Yun Sheng, and she wanted Yi Baiming. With the 2 of them, there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve their goal. Of course, Patriarch He Yao and Elder Qilin did not know about this secret agreement. No matter what, Saintess, you should think twice before you act. I think that Yi Baiming is not a good person. Elder Qilin thought of Yi Baiming's skills and muttered in his heart. I love Yi Baiming. As for Du Guxiu, he already has a harem full of women. Don't tell me you want me to share a husband with a bunch of vulgar human women. He Linlin glared. She, He Linlin, would never share Yi Baiming with any woman. However, at this moment, Du Guxiu had already brought his crown princess back to Later Qin. Chapter 856. More than a dozen carriages from later Qin stopped beside a wide river. The river was called Ao River. After crossing it, they would arrive at the capital of later Qin. Duguxiu stared at the river with a cold expression. "Your Highness, the Saintess just sent a letter." As soon as Duguxiu got out of the carriage, a guard came with a letter. Duguxiu only glanced at it a few times before he shattered it with his fighting power. He Linlin, his half-sister from a different mother, was really a troublemaker. This was the second time Duguxiu and He Linlin had met. About 10 years ago, when Duguxiu was only 8 or 9 years old, he had to go through the cruelest trial in history. The princes of later Qin were different from the princes of other countries. Before Duguxiu was 10 years old, the later Qin Emperor Duguxing hadn't decided on a successor. He sent all the princes and princesses in the later Qin palace, from 3 to 10 years old, to a group of killers to train. Duguxing only had one thing to say to these princes and princesses. He didn't care who lived or died, he only wanted the strongest one. Under the training of the group of killers, these noble-blooded princes and princesses had been in the company of magical beasts since they were young. They would cut off the arms of their half-brothers without batting an eyelid just to be able to eat a full meal. The living environment of the princes and princesses of later Qin was even worse than that of the demonic beasts in the Dutian blood beast sector. Duguxiu was the strongest of all the princes and princesses. He was arrogant and never associated with the other princes and princesses, but he received the most food and rewards every time. But in the last trial, Duguxiu was chased by a group of people led by the 4th prince and the 6th princess. He had no choice but to escape into a mountain full of 6th-rank greenback leopards. He was very unlucky. After running for a day and a night, he didn't find any food or water. Instead, he was attacked by a group of hungry greenback leopards. An 8 or 9-year-old child, no matter how powerful he was almost killed by the leopards because of multiple injuries and lack of blood. Just when Duguxiu couldn't hold on any longer, an arrow chi shot through the air and he heard the giggling voice of a girl. He saw a girl and a middle-aged man. The girl was about 5 or 6 years old. She had big black eyes and a delicate nose. She was making faces at Duguxiu. "Hey, I heard you're my brother. But you're useless. You can't even beat a few kittens," He Linlin mocked. Several dozen greenback leopards were actually just a few kittens in her eyes. After saying that, He Linlin arched her back and condensed a black battle chi dagger in her small palm. Like a butterfly shuttle, she passed through dozens of leopards. Chi! Chi! The warm blood splashed down like rain. As the girl passed by, the greenback leopards fell to the ground. Direct and efficient, cold-blooded and merciless. He Linlin of the Qilin clan was already a genius when she was only 6 years old. Are you convinced? You dare to call yourself my brother with this ability? The dagger disappeared from He Linlin's hand. She looked at Duguxiu with disdain. But even though he was exhausted, Duguxiu didn't show the slightest intention of yielding. He walked forward and tore off a few pieces of leopard meat. He drank the leopard blood and slowly recovered his strength. Seeing this, the middle-aged man who was traveling with He Linlin had a rare look in his eyes. He walked forward and said respectfully, "Your Highness Xiu, I'm the master sent by clan leader He Yao to teach you martial arts." Duguxiu still didn't say anything. Only when he was full did he wipe his mouth and point at He Linlin, "You can make me stronger than her." Hearing this, He Linlin went berserk and threatened to kill Duguxiu. But the smile on the middle-aged man's face deepened. He just nodded. From then on, Duguxiu followed the expert of the Black Qilin clan to learn martial arts. About a month later, Duguxiu left the mountain range. The first thing he did after leaving was to find the 4th prince and the 6th princess and kill them directly. Duguxiu even returned to the later Qin imperial palace and killed the mother of the 2 princes and princesses. This incident caused a sensation in the later Qin Empire. The imperial court was divided into two factions. One faction condemned Duguxiu, while the other supported Duguxiu. But the later Qin emperor had a different opinion. He thought that his iron-blooded education was a success. It was also after that incident that the later Qin emperor, Dugusheng, looked at Duguxiu differently and decided to let him inherit the throne. At that time, He Linlin and Duguxiu had a grudge. Although one of them returned to the Eight Desolates continent and the other stayed in the Boundless continent, they both saw each other as competitors. It was not until Duguxiu met Yi Baiming that he realized that there was someone in the Boundless continent who could compete with him. 10 years passed in a flash. Later Qin Empire did not participate in the disturbance in the Duqian Blood Beast world, but Duguxiu had a premonition that the Black Qilin clan was ready to make a move. The continent had been peaceful for thousands of years. The opportunity that the Eight Desolates tribe had been waiting for had finally arrived. Sure enough, He Linlin and the Qilin clan's elders quickly found Duguxiu. As He Yao's son, Duguxiu did not care much about the Eight Desolates tribe's counterattack. This was because he thought that regardless of whether the Eight Desolates tribe returned, he would still be the absolute ruler of the Boundless continent. When He Linlin met Duguxiu again, she was no longer the little girl from back then. Duguxiu had to admit that He Linlin had already grown into a beautiful woman who could move people's hearts. However, Duguxiu was not interested in He Yao's idea of him marrying He Linlin. Firstly, although he was a descendant of the Qilin clan, he had grown up in the Boundless continent after all. He had learned about human relations and morals since he was young. He did not agree to a brother-sister marriage. Secondly, He Linlin was an arrogant person. Although she was beautiful, she was definitely not a good match. Duguxiu rejected He Linlin directly. He told her that he already had a candidate for the crown princess. However, what surprised him was that when He Linlin found out that the person he liked was Yunsheng, she did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. On the contrary, she even extended an olive branch. It turned out that He Linlin had fallen in love with Yi Baiming at first sight. She wanted to form an alliance with Duguxiu. Duguxiu would marry her as the crown princess, and she would bring Yi Baiming back to the Eight Desolates continent. Although Duguxiu had verbally agreed to He Linlin's proposal, he was not very optimistic about whether He Linlin could successfully become a couple with Yi Baiming. However, this was no longer important. He Linlin's letter stated that she had obtained the permission of the Zhou state's emperor to force Yi Baiming and Yunsheng to break off the engagement. He Linlin also said in the letter that she wanted Duguxiu to speed up the process and consummate the marriage with Yunsheng as soon as possible. Consummate the marriage? TSK, this was easier said than done. Duguxiu looked at Yunsheng, who had alighted from the phoenix chariot. The wind on the river was very strong. Yunsheng faced the wind, and her black hair fluttered gently. At that moment, she was so beautiful that she did not seem like a mortal. Chapter 857. After crossing this river, she would be in later Qin. It would be even more difficult to escape. Yunsheng was dressed in a bright red dress, and her hair hung down like a waterfall. Yunsheng did not know how beautiful she looked. The later Qin soldiers stared blankly at the scene. Yunsheng stared at the surface of the river. The waves were turbulent, and a sand gull was struggling to fly upstream against the strong wind. Yunsheng's current mood was like that of the sand gull. She had lived 2 lives, but she had never fallen to such a state like this before. Without the summoning ring, she couldn't summon the beasts, and her Dharma soul was sealed by Duguxiu. Now, she couldn't even control her own body. It was so frustrating. This time, she fell into Duguxiu's trap because she was too reckless. In the past few days, Yunsheng had been tossing and turning in the carriage, thinking about how to get rid of the silver snake mark. She had even thought of peeling off his skin and bones, but none of them worked. After thinking about it, she felt that the whole thing was a little strange. Only a few people knew about the whereabouts of Gu Feng and Ling Er. How could Duguxiu find them? Also, Duguxiu had prepared soul attraction and dream entanglement to deal with her. It was the same when she couldn't contact Yi Baiming. For some reason, she was a little worried about Yi Baiming. Yunxing smiled bitterly in her heart. Only when Duguxiu forced her to marry him did she suddenly realize that Yi Baiming was the only one who could accept intimate actions. Maybe she was really used to the existence of the night fox. Shaking her head, Yunxing looked away. Now, she had to think of a way to get out of the predicament in front of her. She felt that the whole thing was too carefully calculated. Later Qin is windy. I'll ask someone to make a batch of winter clothes for you in a few days. Duguxiu walked up and put his cloak on Yunxing's shoulders. She had not rested well for the past few days. Her face had lost a lot of weight, her eye sockets had deepened, and her face had become even more petite. Yunxing didn't appreciate Duguxiu's obvious goodwill. She threw off Duguxiu's cloak and turned to walk towards the phoenix carriage. A gust of wind came from behind, and Yunxing was just about to dodge when she felt her arm being grabbed, and she was thrown into the phoenix chariot along with her cloak. Duguxiu jumped into the car, and the car spun around due to the vibrations. The dragon horses pulling the carriage were frightened and kept neighing on the spot. When Dong Huangling saw what was happening, she was afraid that Duguxiu would bully Yunxing. Thus, when Dong Huangling wanted to rush onto the carriage, she was stopped by Madame Qi Bai. Recognize your status. Right now, you are nothing more than a palace maid. Madame Qi Bai's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the phoenix carriage. Her hands were tightly clenched as she stared at the hazy phoenix carriage. On the carriage, Duguxiu's tall figure could be clearly seen, and Yunxing was nowhere to be seen. Duguxiu grabbed onto Yunxing's hands and pressed her against the wall of the carriage. Duguxiu was very angry, and his eagle-like eyes were filled with hostility. This damned woman, just how many times has she disobeyed me? Along the way, he asked to be in the same carriage as her, but was kicked off by her. Yunxing didn't even look at the various toys that he brought over. As expected, women cannot be spoiled. However, every time he wanted to be ruthless towards Yunxing, when he met her soul-stirring black eyes, everything would fall apart. He Linlin wanted him to hug this woman as soon as possible, how could he not want to? The current Yunxing was as weak as a kitten. As long as he wanted to, he could take her at any time. However, he was unable to do so. With this woman's fierce temper, if he were to really do so, she might really fight him to the death. Duguxiu pinched onto Yunxing's chin, feeling the smoothness of her fingertips. Yunxing, I'm warning you, there is a limit to my patience. If you dare to embarrass me in front of everyone again, I will kill Dong Huangling. Duguxiu was very clear on how to deal with Yunxing. As expected, upon hearing what Duguxiu said, Yunxing became a lot more docile, although there was still anger in her eyes. Duguxiu, as long as I find a way to get rid of yearning in dreams, you will be dead meat. Yunxing turned her head away in disgust. She didn't like to be alone with Duguxiu. Yunxing could always smell blood from Duguxiu's body. This man's killing intent was too strong. I've said it before, either you let me sleep with you once, or you stay by my side obediently. As for other thoughts, don't even think about it. After crossing this river, you will be Dong Huangsheng, so just obediently play the role of a princess. Otherwise, both of us won't be able to live a good life. Duguxiu snorted. Pressing on to Yunxing like this, he felt a surge of hot blood rushing towards a certain part of his body, causing his eyes to burn with passion. On the phoenix chariot, the atmosphere became ambiguous. Your Highness, a few boats appeared on the river. From the looks of it, they seemed to be the boats sent by the imperial palace. Outside the chariot, Madame Qi Bai's words caused Duguxiu to calm down. Got it. Send someone to find out who is coming from the imperial palace. Xiu unwillingly let go of his hand and lowered his voice. Later Qin's imperial palace isn't as simple as you think it is. If you don't want to have sex with me so quickly, you better be more at ease. Although he had already placed a few shackles on Yunsheng's body, Xiu was still somewhat worried. As the crown prince of Later Qin, once he returned to Later Qin, he would be busy with all sorts of matters. Yunsheng and his wedding date was set to be 3 months later. In these 3 months, as his future crown princess, Yunsheng had to stay in the crown prince's residence. The matters in the crown prince's residence would also be handed over to her to manage. Xiu was worried that Yunsheng would still have to deal with the group of women in the crown prince's residence when he was not around during the day. However, he would instruct Qi Bai to help Yunsheng during this period of time. However, Xiu had obviously neglected one point. Yunsheng was not an ordinary woman. Even without the summoning ring and magic, she was still Yunsheng. The person whom Xiu had sent to investigate returned very quickly. The person who was ordered to welcome the Princess Donghuang was Xiu's second brother, Qian. He was also the prince who had lost to Xiu in the competition for the crown prince of Later Qin. On the surface of the river, a few luxurious boats sped over like arrows. The wind on the river was strong, but the guards on the boats were all as still as nails. On the bow of the boat stood a man in embroidered clothes. "Your Highness the Crown Prince. I heard that Your Highness the Crown Prince had brought the future Crown Princess back to the country, and I was ordered to come and welcome you." Qian's facial features were distinct and sharp. He was different from the masculine Xiu, and his face was exceptionally handsome. He was like an elegant noble son who appeared unrestrained and unrestrained. However, from time to time, a glint of shrewdness would appear in his eyes. It could be seen that this person was not simple. Previously, it was Qian who had ordered people to spread the news of Dong Huangling or eloping with someone. He had wanted to use this opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate Xiu. However, at the last moment, Xiu had actually found the second Princess Donghuang, who had been separated from the common people. There had long been rumors in the imperial court that this princess was just a cover. She was an impostor that Xiu had found at the last minute. Qian had wanted to see what this princess who had grown up among the common people looked like. Chapter 858. Your Highness the Second Imperial Prince, there is no need for you to personally welcome her. I heard that the princess is a crude woman who grew up in the countryside. One of the Second Imperial Prince Qian's bodyguards spoke up for the Second Imperial Prince. Later Qin's eldest prince's mother was only a lowly palace maid. It was impossible for her to inherit the throne. If it wasn't for Xiu seizing the position of crown prince, Qian would definitely be the emperor of Later Qin. However, the third prince, Xiu, overtook him and seized the throne. Now, he was about to marry a commoner's woman, and the second prince had to welcome him with such great ceremony. In the eyes of these guards, this was clearly a disgraceful thing. Moreover, according to the crown prince's spies, this fake princess was vulgar and had a violent temperament. It was said that she had angered Qian many times. How could such a woman become the Empress of Later Qin? What do you know? I just want to personally test her and see what kind of woman my good younger brother has chosen. Qian had already seen the wedding procession on the shore. Xiu stood proudly at the front of the procession. Your Highness, I, Qian, am here to welcome you. The second prince walked onto the shore and respectfully bowed to Xiu. We're all family. Second brother, there's no need to be so polite. Xiu nodded. Qian's gaze moved to the phoenix carriage behind Xiu. After noticing Qian's gaze, Xiu's lips curled into a calculating smile. How could he not know Qian's intentions? Qian must have already heard the news and wanted to test what kind of woman the future crown princess was. Your Highness, I've long heard that the eastern capital is a blessed land with outstanding talents. The women born there are also peerless beauties. I don't know if I have the honor of seeing the crown princess appearance today. Dugu Qian had a humble appearance. Second brother, you flatter me. Since second brother wants to see her, come down. Dugu Xiu walked to the phoenix carriage and stretched out his hand. His voice was unprecedentedly gentle, startling Dugu Qian. There was no movement from the phoenix carriage. Dugu Xiu's hand awkwardly raised there. A cold smile appeared in Dugu Qian's eyes. Dugu Xiu was indeed a little angry. He cursed in his heart. This woman really treated this crown prince's words as nothing. Just as Dugu Xiu was about to retract his hand, a slender hand reached out from the phoenix chariot and placed it on his hand. A woman came down from the chariot. The woman was dressed in a wine-red palace dress. Her skin was as translucent as jade. She had a graceful figure and a pair of intoxicating eyes. The woman was not old, about 14 or 15 years old. This was the best age for a young girl to transform into a woman, causing her to exude a unique aura. Is this the rumored second princess of the Eastern imperial family? Dugu Qian didn't know if he should be disappointed or shocked. Dong Huangsheng's image and temperament were obviously different from what he had heard. Dugu Xiu's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect that Yunsheng's words and actions were no different from a standard royal princess. Dong Huangling, on the other hand, gave Yunsheng a satisfied hand gesture. Although Yunsheng was dissatisfied with Dugu Xiu, she also understood that the trip to Qin later days was very important. As the crown prince's wife, she represented the eastern capital. If her words and actions were not good, the eastern capital would definitely be implicated. Before she could find a way to resolve her longing for Dugu Xiu, she had to get along with him peacefully. Dugu Xiu was very satisfied with Yunsheng's performance. However, when he turned his head and saw the shocked expression of the second prince, Dugu Qian, he became somewhat displeased. He was already starting to regret agreeing to meet Yunsheng with Dugu Qian. Dugu Xiu coughed a few times in dissatisfaction. Only then did Dugu Qian retract his gaze. Dugu Xiu, what kind of luck does he have to actually be able to pick up such a beautiful impostor? In Dugu Qian's mansion, there were many beauties from various countries. However, there wasn't anyone as beautiful as Dong Huangsheng. However, although Dugu Qian admired her, he didn't forget the purpose of this trip. Crown Princess, you must be tired from the journey. Crown Princess, please come with us. Snacks and tea have already been prepared on the boat. Dugu Qian welcomed them onto the boat. No matter how comfortable the carriage was, the fatigue from the journey was still very tiring. Moreover, Yunsheng's Dharma soul was sealed, so even her meditation was greatly reduced. After rushing for over 10 days, her back was indeed aching. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, Dugu Qian started to chat with them. Different from Dugu Xiu's indifference and taciturnity, the second prince, Dugu Qian, was very good at chatting. While he was concerned about the crown prince and crown princess's journey, he also introduced the scenery along the Ao River. Yunsheng also listened with great interest. Halfway through, Dugu Qian suddenly asked, "Crown Princess, I heard that you were reduced to commoners in your early years." Without waiting for Yunsheng to speak, Dugu Xiu already interrupted. Sheng's life was rough. She was adopted by her foster parents when she was young. However, her foster parents had already passed away a few years ago. Dugu Xiu had already verified this with Yunsheng. This was to prevent Dugu Qian and the other factions in later Qin from putting effort into Yunsheng's background. Yunsheng grabbed a snack and ate it with great relish. Dugu Xiu would take the bullet for her anyway. She could already tell that this Dugu Qian and Tang Yuan's second prince were the same kind of people. They were the classic type of people who hid a knife behind a smile. I see that Crown Princess doesn't seem to know martial arts. Dugu Qian still didn't give up. Dugu Qian saw that Yunsheng's skin was soft and tender, and the joints of her hands and feet were also very petite. He could tell at a glance that she had never learned martial arts. In a large country like later Qin that revered martial arts, it would undoubtedly be very embarrassing if the crown princess didn't know martial arts. Sheng doesn't need to know martial arts. This crown prince doesn't like women who wield swords and spears. Dugu Xiu seemed to have heard the sarcasm in Dugu Qian's words, so he interrupted. Then may I know which magic academy crown princess studied in? Dugu Qian remembered that Dongdu's eldest princess, Dong Huangling, was said to have studied in the continent's elite magic academy. Since she didn't know martial arts, she should have studied magic before. I did study magic for a few years when I was young. However, I don't know how to do it now. Yunxing glared at Dugu Xiu. Sheng had a serious illness in the past, and her magic soul was affected. Therefore, she can't use magic now. Dugu Xiu enjoyed Yunxing's roll of the eyes very much. He explained unhurriedly. Dugu Qian was shocked. Dugu Xiu was also careless. All these years, he had pretended to be a good son in front of his imperial father. He didn't expect that this time, he would be so stupid as to marry a trashy crown princess who didn't know martial arts or magic. This kind of woman, other than having a good appearance, had no other good points. Later Qin's emperor, Dugu Sheng, would probably fly into a rage when he saw her. Dugu Qian revealed a somewhat disdainful expression. Actually, I want to ask, can you guys see my daily replies to everyone's messages? Chapter 859. Seeing that Yunsheng was being looked down upon, Dugu Xiu couldn't help but get angry. Second brother, Sheng is my woman. She doesn't need to know magic or martial arts. Or do you think that I can't even protect my own woman? Your Highness, don't misunderstand. I was just curious. With your Highness around, the crown princess naturally doesn't need to learn anything. However, compared to the women your Highness took in earlier, the crown princess is really different. Dugu Qian smiled and didn't say anything else. Dugu Xiu frowned at the side. Dugu Qian's intentions were really vicious. He didn't have the slightest intention of going tit for tat when he spoke. In fact, he had figured out the background of the future crown princess with just a few words. Since her adoptive parents were dead, she had no one to rely on. There was no need to worry about any power behind her. If she didn't know martial arts or magic, she would be the biggest good-for-nothing. Not only that, Dugu Qian also pointed out that there were many women in Dugu Xiu's mansion with ulterior motives. As a woman, she couldn't change her nature of being jealous. As the crown prince of the later Qin, Dugu Xiu had many women in his mansion. Many of them were snatched from Dugu Qian and other princes and important officials. Although these women were not important, to the princes, they were like family assets that could be used to show off. Dugu Xiu had always been domineering and arbitrary, snatching other people's women. Dugu Qianke had always held a grudge against him in his heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could take revenge. Yunsheng, on the other hand, looked as if she did not fully understand. She did not interrupt the conversation between the two of them from beginning to end. She only cared about eating her pastries and drinking her tea. Only when she heard Dugu Qian's final words did she pause. Dugu Xiu, you have many women. As Yunsheng spoke, her eyes flashed like the sparkling surface of a river. Her voice was soft, but it was rare for her to have such a good tone. But Dugu Xiu felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard it. He couldn't help feeling guilty and said stiffly, those were sent by others. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Dugu Xiu didn't forget that Yunsheng's first reason for rejecting the marriage was that the man she wanted must have no one else in his heart and be with her for the rest of his life. Many of the women in the crown prince's residence were related to Dugu Xiu. It would be difficult to deal with them. Dugu Xiu's original intention was to settle Yunsheng in one of his other courtyards first. He would wait until he had cleaned up the women in his residence before taking her over. Oh, it is the crown princess' fortune that the crown prince is so considerate of the crown princess. However, Crown Prince Consort, the Crown Prince is the future heir apparent of the later Qin. The women in his residence all have status and background. Crown Prince Consort, you should get along well with them. Dugu Qian was still fanning the flames, wishing for the world to be in chaos. Second Prince is right. Why don't Second Prince introduce them to me so that I won't offend them and embarrass the Crown Prince? Yun Xing put down the pastries and asked in a tone of asking for advice. It had to be said that Yun Xing's feminine side was extremely lethal. Even Dugu Qian's heart fluttered when he saw it. He thought to himself, this little girl is a natural seductress. When I defeat Dugu Xiu, I'll capture you and vent my anger. Dugu Xiu saw the lecherous look in Dugu Qian's eyes, and his gaze turned cold. As the future mistress of the Crown Prince's residence, Crown Princess should know more about your sisters. There are more than 200 concubines and maids in the Crown Prince's residence. Among them, there are 10 who have titles. Of these 10, 3 have the most important status, Dugu Qian said. Speaking of the beauties in Dugu Xiu's residence, Dugu Qian was a bit envious. Imperial brother really knows about the matters in the Xiu residence. You don't even remember me. So I've already taken in more than 200 concubines. Dugu Xiu's tone was so cold that it could freeze someone to death. Dugu Qian felt a chill in his heart. They were only women. Was there a need for Dugu Xiu to be so angry? Second Prince is a male guest. Let this servant explain the matters in the Crown Prince's residence one by one. It's also this servant's fault for being busy during this period of time and not being able to explain to the princess. Madame Qi Bai held a cup of warm wine and considerately poured wine for Dugu Xiu and the others. As Madame Qi Bai spoke, she leaned on Dugu Xiu's side in an ambiguous manner. Although Dugu Xiu had brought back Yun Xing as he wished, it was a pity that he could only watch and not do anything. Just by looking at such a living and fragrant beauty, he was naturally very angry. It was inevitable that he would find someone to vent his anger on. Although Madame Qi Bai was happy to cater to him, when she thought of how Dugu Xiu had called out Yun Xing's name when he was aroused, she already hated Yun Xing to death. However, Madame Qi Bai naturally wouldn't reveal these women's little tricks on her face. On the surface, she still treated Yun Xing with respect. As soon as Madame Qi Bai appeared, the look in Second Prince Dugu Qian's eyes changed. He had mentioned earlier that there were 3 women in the Crown Prince's residence that he needed to pay attention to, and one of them was Madame Qi Bai. Madame Qi Bai's identity and background were unknown, but her body was full of flirtatious bones. Whether it was in the hall or on the bed, she was a rare beauty. On the surface, she was given to Dugu Xiu by the left Prime Minister of the Eastern capital, but in reality, she was the one who led Dugu Xiu and the left Prime Minister to cooperate. If not for the left Prime Minister's matchmaking, Dugu Xiu wouldn't have been able to marry the princess of the East royal dynasty. Dugu Xiu's marriage would undoubtedly strengthen his position as the crown prince. With Madame Qi Bai's introduction, Yun Xing had a general understanding of the women in the crown prince's residence. The number of women in the Crown Prince's residence that the second prince had mentioned earlier was more or less correct. Dugu Xiu had a total of 238 concubines and maids. These women were all under the age of 23, and all of them had outstanding looks and good family backgrounds. As for the 3 women that the second prince needed to pay attention to, other than Madame Qi Bai, there were 2 other women. They were Dugu Xiu's concubines, Madame Li and Madame Qing. The first concubine, Madame Li, was a member of the imperial family of Tang Yuan. She was the second prince's half-sister. Madame Li's birth mother was Li Xiao's wet nurse, and she had been taking care of Li Xiao and his mother for many years. One day, when the emperor of Tang Yuan was drunk, he favored Madame Li's birth mother and gave birth to Madame Li. Although Madame Li was born from a palace maid, she had been raised by Li Xiao's mother, so she had always been treated like a princess. When she got married, she married into the later Qin dynasty under the name of Princess Tang Yuan. As for Madame Qing, her status was higher than Madame Li's, because her surname was Qing. Her aunt was the niece of Du Guxiu's birth mother, Empress Qing. In terms of status, both of them were above Madame Qi Bai. Madame Qing had married into the crown prince's residence early and already had a son. Madame Li had married into the crown prince's residence half a year ago. She was young and beautiful, so Du Guxiu doted on her. Chapter 860. Yunsheng always thought that after she transmigrated and reincarnated, she would take the hot-blooded path of leveling up and fighting monsters. How did she become a stallion fighting for favor in the imperial harem in a moment of carelessness? 2 honorable secondary consorts and a shrewd Madame Qi Bai. From the looks of it, the crown prince's residence really wasn't a place for people to stay. When Madame Qi Bai explained the benefits and interests of the secondary consorts, Yunsheng had already quickly analyzed the situation in her mind. In short, of the 2 secondary consorts, one represented Tang Yuan and was definitely proficient in magic. The other represented the power of the Empress family in later Qin and was definitely skilled in martial arts. As for Madame Qi Bai, with her ability, she probably already won over the other 2. When she entered the crown prince's residence in the future, she would face a 3-sided situation. Right now, she didn't know magic and didn't have a summoning ring. In addition, there was Ling, whose strength hadn't recovered yet. The situation was very unfavorable for her. That's the general situation. Does the crown prince consort have any other questions? Madame Qi Bai was all smiles. There's no other questions, but I'm quite curious about one thing. More than 200 women. Du Guxiu, are you sure you don't need me to prescribe some medicine for you? Otherwise, there will be a day when even an iron pestle will be ground into a needle. Yunsheng blinked. Pfff, Du Guxiu spat out the wine in his mouth onto Du Guqian's face. The latter's mouth was also wide open. He didn't mishear, right? Shouldn't the crown prince consort fly into a rage and chase away the 800 women? It had to be known that when Madame Qing and Madame Li married into the family, they both cried and threw tantrums. They only stopped when they beat a few favored maids and concubines to death. This crown prince consort from the eastern capital actually thought that the crown prince wasn't fierce enough and even wanted to give him tonic medicine. How could Du Guqian know that Yunsheng wished for Du Guxiu to have more women? It would be best if he had 365. That way, he would have someone to serve him every night and wouldn't appear in front of her for no reason. Only then would she have time to figure out how to resolve her yearning and escape from later Qin. Under Du Guqian's astonished gaze and Madame Qi Bai's gloating gaze, Yunsheng was directly pulled into the cabin by Du Guxiu. A loud bang was heard, and the entire ship shook. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for this reckless crown prince consort. They hoped that when she came out later, she wouldn't be missing an arm or a leg. Yunsheng, are you a woman or not? In the storeroom, Du Guxiu stared at Yunsheng. This woman had the ability to torture people to death. A moment ago, she was so beautiful that she didn't eat the food of mortals. But in the next moment, the words that came out of her mouth shocked the world. What did he mean by grinding an iron pestle into a needle? He made it sound like she had seen it with her own eyes. Du Guxiu, why are you so angry? Did I say something wrong? Not counting Madame Qing and Madame Li, there will probably be countless Madame Qing and Madame Li appearing in the future. I'm not Madame Qi Bai. I don't have the mental strength to deal with your multiple wives and concubines. Yunsheng's methods were used to deal with enemies that she thought were worth dealing with. Those women in the crown prince's residence only revolved around Du Guxiu. As long as they didn't offend her, she wouldn't offend them. But if they provoked her, she wouldn't let them off easily. So what if they were Princess Tang Yuan and the noble daughter of the Empress? She, Yunsheng, could even deal with Prince Tang Yuan. How could she not deal with 2 women? You, don't worry. After this crown prince marries you, this crown prince will deal with them and treat you well. Du Xiu was angry and helpless in the face of Yun Sheng's indifference. Du Xiu, keep your words and go fool your woman. Yun Sheng pushed Du Xiu away and walked out. Outside the cabin, Ling had an anxious expression. Du Xiu's heart sank bit by bit. Why was she still so disdainful even though he had already given her his heart? Or could it be that she only had Yi Baiming in her heart? However, Yun Sheng, don't think that Yi Baiming will be able to be with you forever. You probably didn't expect that Yi Baiming can't even protect himself now. In the imperial study of Zhou State's imperial palace, the emperor of Zhou State looked coldly at Yi Baiming in front of him. After not seeing him for so many years, the former crown prince of Zhou State was even more imposing than before. His cultivation had also risen to the martial emperor realm at a frightening rate. This discovery didn't make Yi Qingtian feel relieved. On the contrary, it was a huge insult to him. This was because the blood of the Black Qilin patriarch, He Yao, flowed in Yi Baiming's body. To Yi Qingtian, He Yao's existence was a constant reminder of the time when he swapped wives for glory. But even though he hated Yi Baiming to the bone, Yi Qingtian still didn't dare to anger Yi Baiming. Because the current Yi Baiming was no longer the blind and lonely boy who was locked up in the cold palace. Even though they were just inches away, Yi Qingtian could still feel the arrogance and disdain from Yi Baiming. I've already heard about Wuxia Limitless Library. Since you've won, you will replace Qi Tian as the deputy head of Wuxia Limitless Library from today onwards. Also, Empress Wenren reminded me earlier that you're not young anymore. It's time for you to get married, the Emperor of Zhou State said in a deep voice. Deputy head of Wuxia Limitless Library? Yi Baiming smiled coldly. I know that my martial arts are too weak and I'm not qualified to be the deputy head of Wuxia Limitless Library. As for marriage, I have my own plans. Yun Sheng had gone to visit Dong Huangling and Gu Feng for a while now. Counting the days, she should have returned to the continent's magic elite camp. It had only been a few days, but he already missed her. Only when he thought of Yun Sheng did Yi Baiming's expression become gentler. Humph, as the Prince of Zhou State, don't tell me you plan to continue doing nothing after not holding a position for several years. As for your marriage, I have already found a new one for you. The residence of Yun is treacherous. They actually took the people of their fief and fled to Penglai. How can such a treacherous person be worthy of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty? I've already annulled the marriage between you and Yun Sheng and announced it to the world. When the emperor of Zhou State heard that Yi Baiming had openly disobeyed his orders, he was furious. Taiyuan was located on the shore of Penglai. When the emperor of Zhou State heard that Yun Ba and the others had moved to Taiyuan Mountain, he insisted that the Yun residents had betrayed Penglai and was a traitor. He had already announced that anyone who saw the people of the Yun residence was to be killed without mercy. Yi Baiming, who do you think you are? I'm standing here because I'm concerned about my mother's reputation. Do you really think that I, Yi Baiming, am afraid of you? Yi Baiming had already expected that Yi Baiming would definitely have ulterior motives for entering the palace this time. However, he didn't know that Yi Baiming actually went behind his back and publicly annulled the marriage. With the imperial edict, within a few days, news of him annulling the marriage would probably spread throughout the continent. If Yun Sheng were to hear about it, she would probably. Yun Sheng was the woman that Yi Baiming had set his eyes on at first sight. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her, even if that person was the emperor of Zhou State. Chapter 861. The emperor of Zhou State was also a martial sage. The father and son were at each other's throats. Suddenly, the entire imperial study was in a mess. The Night Emperor's face was dark and murderous. Yi Baiming's warrior energy was getting stronger and stronger. The Night Emperor was struggling to hold on. Outside the imperial study, the eunuchs and guards didn't dare to enter. They were all scared that the emperor of Zhou State's anger would affect them. How preposterous! Yi Baiming, as long as you are the great Zhou's Baiming king, you can't disobey my orders. I have already chosen your new wife. She is a distant relative of the Empress. She is beautiful and also a warrior. She is 1,000 times better than Yunsheng. Just as the Night Emperor finished speaking, Empress Wenren pushed the door open and came in with a woman. Afraid of hurting Empress Wenren, Yi Baiming and the Night Emperor restrained their warrior energy at the same time. The imperial study was in a mess. Empress Wenren opened her mouth slightly and looked at the Night Emperor and Yi Baiming with a cold face. Yi Baiming looked over and saw He Linlin beside Empress Wenren. His heart suddenly lit up as he immediately understood the Night Thearcha's intentions. What a shameless old dog! What a distant relative of the Empress! What a letter of divorce! In the end, it was just a trick to please He Linlin. Different from the later Qin Empress Li was noble. The grudge between her, He Yao, and the Night Emperor was a stain. She had never mentioned it in front of Yi Baiming. When Yi Baiming was young, Empress Li's health deteriorated day by day because she had been living in the cold palace for a long time. She had a premonition that she would die soon. The day before Yi Baiming was taken away, she told Yi Baiming about it through an old maid beside her. It was also from then on that Yi Baiming started to feel estranged from Yi Di. Your Majesty, Lord Baiming, what are you? Wenren Empress was anxious when she saw that both of them were angry. Yi Di suddenly issued a letter of divorce and announced to the world that Yi Baiming had divorced Yunsheng before marriage. Empress Wenren was also baffled by this matter. Not to mention, she had gained a distant niece overnight. This was just a trap set up by the Night Thearch. Yi Baiming, we meet again. As I said, you have to marry me. He Linlin was dressed up as a warrior today. She was wearing a long green dress, swaying in the wind. Her face was delicate and pink. Even Empress Wenren couldn't find any fault with it. As soon as He Linlin finished her words, Empress Wenren's face changed. Empress Wenren had spent the past few days with this woman named He Linlin. In terms of appearance and strength, He Linlin was impeccable. If Yi Baiming didn't have a sweetheart, Empress Wenren would also approve of her marriage with Yi Baiming. But the most fatal thing was that Yi Baiming already had a sweetheart. Empress Wenren also knew that Yunsheng treated Yi Baiming differently. Empress Wenren entered the palace early. When she was just a noble lady and Yi Baiming was still a child, she had met him once or twice. As she had a younger brother, Wenren Xiu, since young, Empress Wenren had the attitude of an elder sister. In those years, everyone in the palace avoided Yi Baiming, saying that he was an ominous dethroned crown prince. Empress Wenren was the only one who treated him well and cared for him as if he was her own younger brother. At that time, she still remembered that Yi Baiming was unusually handsome and had an unusually antisocial personality. He was neither cold nor warm to others. Even if she gave him food and clothes, he just accepted them coldly. It was not until that time when she was ordered to attend Yunba's birthday banquet that she saw a different Yi Baiming. Empress Wenren was just a noble concubine at that time. When she went over, Yi Baiming and Yunsheng were standing together. He was very tall, and Yunsheng looked like a little bird standing next to him. She didn't know what Yunsheng said at that time, but Yi Baiming raised the corner of his mouth and laughed softly. At that moment, there was a charming smile in his deep eyes. That was the first time Empress Wenren saw Yi Baiming smile. Only then did she know that Yi Baiming could smile. However, Yi Di was arbitrary and domineering. He issued an imperial edict, and now the whole world knew that Yi Baiming had divorced Yunsheng before marriage. The rice had been cooked, and the wood had been built. Based on the temper of Old Master Yun and Yunsheng's strong character, this marriage was doomed. Your Highness, now that things have come to this, why are you still angry with His Majesty? Crown Prince Lian of the North passed away early, and North City is still small. Zhou's state can only rely on you, Your Highness. Empress Wenren persuaded earnestly. Hey Lin Lin, no one can decide on this prince's marriage. Even without Yun Sheng, I won't marry you. Yi Baiming flicked his sleeves and was about to leave. Yi Baiming, if you dare to take half a step out of here, that bastard of the Yun family won't live to see tomorrow. Yi Di snorted coldly. With one sentence, Yi Baiming stopped. Yi Di was vaguely reminding him of Yun Sheng's background. Only a few people knew that Yun Sheng was a descendant of Celestial Fox. Now that the Eight Wastelands blood seal was unstable, they urgently needed the blood of a descendant of the Eight Wastelands to stabilize it. If Yun Sheng's identity was exposed, she would become the public enemy of the entire continent. Yi Baiming, why do you have to reject this marriage? There are many benefits for you to marry me. If you still like that one surnamed Yun, I don't mind letting her be a concubine. Hey Lin Lin glanced at Yi Baiming and thought to herself. It was a pity that Yun Sheng had already become Du Guxiu's woman. She did not believe that Yi Baiming would still want that piece of junk when the time came. From He Linlin's point of view, although Yi Baiming was extremely angry today, his dashing brows and grey eyes contained a sharp light. His cold appearance was very similar to her father, He Yao. The man she wanted should be like this. Compared to the men of the Black Chelan race, Yi Baiming was undoubtedly an absolute expert. When He Linlin looked at him, her heart couldn't help but waver. However, when her gaze met Yi Baiming's, she was hurt by the disdain in his eyes. Yi Baiming's gaze was cold and emotionless. He wasn't interested in anything that He Linlin said. He, Yi Baiming, could get what he wanted by himself. You may be willing, but I'm not. I'll only marry Yun Sheng in this lifetime. Yi Baiming sneered and glared at the Zhou state's emperor. He pursed his thin lips and suddenly smiled. Yi Qingtian, remember, some threats can only be used once. I'll make you pay the price for the divorce letter very soon. The moment he finished speaking, the fighting spirit around him soared into the sky. Teng teng teng, many streams of fighting spirit struck the pillar of the imperial study like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains or dragons emerging from the sea. The pillar, which required the combined arms of 2 to 3 people, was actually cut into 2 halves with a loud crack. Yi Di and the other 2 had no choice but to escape from the imperial study. The imperial study was on the verge of collapse and instantly collapsed. Yi Baiming swaggered off, leaving only a lonely figure for the crowd. He Linlin was so angry that her face turned red. The Zhou state's emperor was also furious. Only Empress Wenren had a bad feeling in her heart. She felt that something was about to happen. Actually, I've wanted to beat that old dog Yi Qingtian for a long time. Hui. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.